I'm DJ Baskin. I remember that. I was listening to normal radio. And one of the things about Mexican radio was that it was always like a big. I never knew what they were saying, but it's always like a big guy and a little guy. You stock it up to the third shelf. Now, we're going to. What do you do? That's pretty much it. And you're not very invested.
I mean, I don't know. It could.
Like a nickel. A little bit. I find like you're cutting meat, like stuff that you're not. Yeah, you ever get cancer-ridden cows at the HEB that these morons share? Yeah, like what? The half price. Five. It's like. Let's keep moving on. I lost.
Are they mean?
DJ, how long have you been doing stand up? 1.5 years. 1.5 years. Let me tell you something very, very funny. Very, very funny. Up in, sometimes though you know what I mean? And you had that 2 Chainz thing. The doing thing. Because everybody was laughing. Just sort of
Is doing a 2 Chainz lyric that I don't know about?
Is it? Doing?
What? So what? Hard, like that. Doing. What? Translate it all. Hey, dude.
It's when you have a. But you. The effect. I'm telling you. I love it. But you have any fun hobbies or anything like that?
Well, I think that
I like to work out and
income or a person's salary should have an inflation adjustment and a cost of living adjustment, so that if it goes up, if inflation or cost of living goes up, then your salary automatically goes up. It doesn't work like that though, but it should.
Getting fucked in the ass. So, really understand you into it. You have like
posters. I just got out of a. I just got my. William.
Hey, paramedic can. You guys like mouth to mouth and shit. It's a tough interview. I've interviewed Nick. Top of me when I get mouth to mouth here and like. Still wait. And when you get mouth to mouth, it looks like he's like sucked the face off. Wow. Is that true? It's on half on. You really do it. You get that from like your mom or your dad, you think? Wow. He works for the states. I don't really know what he does. Like TJ Maxx. Dude, it's teaching. You ever anything like? I was like in middle school. Yeah, well, I feel like middle school thing. DJ, well, you know, be careful with your set when you're doing it. Thanks, man.
I could see that, like expats.
DJ Vasquez, everybody. Lighting. Put your hands together. Oh. Here comes the sun, ladies. For my biological mom, and it's to refer to. Scarring it. Women. It's too distracting. Born sound like a dream.
I think so.
So I was in Walmart the other day, and I heard a small Asian baby crying. I got super hard, y'all. It's a real thing. I got that's it. That's it. How do you feel about what just happened here, Heath? Okay. G. W is like a V. I don't know why people do that. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was fun. Yeah. Did you have fun? Taking a break from playing a doctor on some NBC sitcom show. It's very exciting. Your family's from Tanzania. Yeah. I've never known. I grew up in New York, so. Uh, non-government organization, so like non, it's boring. Like it's helpful charity stuff, but non like the bread. Tanzania. Yeah. Todd, tell me that. I guess. Yeah. Hey. Sure. Hey, I got something to tell you. Wait, I'll take out
Yeah, I
that line.
sort of remember
Take
that.
out the first. I got something to tell you line. All right. So, hey. Does she have a nice? Yeah. I'm sure it's got a lot of. Hanging on it. Developed. Oh! Moving on. The worst thing that you've ever. Oh, yeah. I was. And girl named Layla. I think I got this bitch. So makes like a lighters, and there's a. When you would pray in front of Muslim, would you some Chinese Layla? I wouldn't, because they would get. Okay, go on.
How are you, my friend?
Cut you off. I thought that was.
How are things? Shalom. How'd you hear about me, if I may ask? Oh, phenomenal. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, every single moment of every single day, more than 3.5 years. It's like a real life Truman Show. I talk about things that I feel will help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Bomb. I'm well. How are you? Very well. I am live streaming my life. I'm telling some people about what I do. I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Right now, we're just watching some stand-up comedy, and I'm working on some bots. How are you? Excellent. I was saying that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Other things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about things like alien disclosure. We talk about things like um, de-extinction. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I think is just a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So these are some topics that we've been covering quite closely. Additionally, things that we talk about are things like life extension technology. When you both were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, nootropics, perhaps ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy. But eventually you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? The next type of technology that we discuss is known as mind uploading technology. This is all with your consent. If you want, we can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm telling both of you is that there's a possibility, perhaps in the future, of digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that? I think so. That's correct, and that's correct, and it may be within a generation or two that people start experimenting with this type of technology. We've already seen the first successful brain computer interchip, brain computer chip, um, BCI, essentially with Neuralink in a man named Nolan Aspro. Um, they've done a second one of these types of integrations, and they're just testing it to see to ensure that it is safe. But essentially, with Nolan, he's able to play video games better than any person ever. It's essentially like he has an auto aimer. Even though he's a quadriplegic, he can't use his arms or legs. He can use an auto aimer essentially faster than any human can process. And we're just at the very beginning of this type of technology. And these are things that I follow on a daily basis. So, with that, thank you for letting me tell you a little bit about what I do. Have you guys seen the movie The Truman? Well, that's essentially what I do, except we have my consent to do this. And in that movie, they did not have his consent. But every aspect of my life, what I eat, when I sleep, going to the bathroom, going to the store, traveling, has been all on camera for the last 3.5 years. Data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data stored online than any person ever. So that may make me a very influential person in the future. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help your friends, help your family. And this is just the start of something really special. Excellent. Not in the United States. Can you repeat that? No, that's not a proper assumption. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams right now. So that could be. Also, if you notice, I have two streams going in this Discord. If you mute one of them, you'll probably hear me better. So if you mute the one with the TV or the stand-up comedy, you'll probably hear me better. Oh yeah, certainly. So with that, what do you guys like to? Well, I'm a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, so I have savings from that. I also make money from streaming as well. So I'm live right now on 16 different YouTube streams. I'm live on Kick. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on a bunch of different platforms of which you've probably never heard, like Billy and things like Africa TV and You Now. Just quite a few smaller ones, especially that are big in Asia. and so money trickles in from that. And then I also get donations from people who enjoy what I do and want to help the cause. So that has allowed me to be able to sustain my life for the last 3.5 years. No, that's my last name. We're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. I am a rabbi. Rabbi means teacher. Yeah, so it's a process known as smicha. I completed it at the beginning of the pandemic. Prior to that, I would attend shul or synagogue every day. I would attend classes on Talmud, on Torah, in Hebrew. I partook in a process known as Haversa, which is paired learning, and then studied with um, a, a colleague of mine. And then um, it was essentially during the pandemic when the process was completed, and even things in synagogue weren't normal. We were doing a lot of classes online still, very limited in person events. And I became more comfortable being on camera because not only was I on camera for 8 hours for my job, but I was on camera for classes I was taking and certain events that we would have. And I figured if I'm going to be on camera so much for my position and I'm comfortable with it already and I'm comfortable with doing it on for classes, I'm already basically on camera for 14 to 16 hours a day. Why not just do the other 8 hours? So it was 2021 when I started the stream. Specifically, after work, I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf club in Anaheim and would want to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So I started recording my golf swing, and I would say some things that I thought were funny, and thought that my future family may one day think is cool if I archived it for them. So I started uploading those sessions on a nightly basis, and it just took me too long. And I recognized that it's probably easier for me to just live stream it. And so I figured if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody. And I bought 6 different Chromebooks or so and laptops and such, and put them all around me. And basically, every 12 hours, I start up a new stream and have created the largest data archive of any single individual in global history. Thank you. I appreciate. No, you don't have to do that. I am, but you don't have to be the first male. You don't have to. There are many different kinds of rabbis. So there are some who focus their lives on kosher living, on kashrut. There are some who focus their lives in a community. That's more what you're thinking. But then there are those of us who dedicate our lives to Torah and study. Um, and I mean, essentially, before I started this, that's what I was doing. So I was going to synagogue every day and shul or synagogue every Shabbat. But really a lot of things changed during the pandemic, even within Judaism, and I felt that I could probably help the world more than just being your classic community rabbi or classic halakha Jewish law rabbi or classic kashrut or um, essentially dietary restriction rabbi, and go my own path And so this is what I've chosen to do, and I quite enjoy it. And I think that the world will be able to learn a lot from it in the future. And being a rabbi isn't the only thing that I do, and Jewish education isn't the only thing about which I teach. Really, I have expanded my topics to really futurology and study of the future. So while by community I may be Chabad, or by um, orthodoxy I may be modern Orthodox, I consider myself to be somewhat postmodern Orthodox, where we are moving into a future where, because of aspects of our lives like the smart home or the electric car, we're able to essentially pre-program our lives. It makes things a lot easier as an Orthodox Jew, and I educate people on these matters and what we can do to basically come together globally. I am more about what we can do as a people to unify ourselves than what we do that divides us. And I found a nice community and people who support what I do. When I go viral, I think I'll go back to my community on a regular basis every single day and live my life as I once did. It'll just be on camera. But for now, focused on essentially streaming my life. Yeah, so I have very bad cataracts, and so my vision is impaired, and a lot of bright light causes me pain. Um, and essentially, they're just like dust protectors, so they essentially just cover like shelving and some windows and such. But because the sunlight and just bright lights bother my eyes greatly, I do my best to at least live with a little bit of light, but enough so that it doesn't cause me pain. I do, but I go outside too. I mean, I just wear sunglasses, pretty dark sunglasses, but I don't let it necessarily dictate my life. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's something that as I grow older, it is more difficult for me to see. But I know once I go viral, perhaps someday, um, I'll be able to probably get the state of the art eye surgeries that I may require, and really quite a anything that I need. So I just see this as a temporary sacrifice for perhaps an eternity of joy. When you look into life extension technology and mind uploading technology, it really changes your view on how we view things in society. I don't see things from a micro scale, I see things from a macro scale. And so I know that it's just a little bit of sacrifice now for perhaps a lot of benefit in the future. That's a great Yeah, that's a great question. So we may be able to supplement our dopamine levels or perhaps even adjust them uh, in the future in an easier fashion than we currently do. If you want to know what the next, say, 75 years of life on Earth will probably be when it comes to at least entertainment, we're moving away from your traditional 2D entertainment into a 3D world, into a virtual reality world, where we'll have not just over the head devices, but we'll have smart contacts, basically something that you just have on your eye that can perhaps provide augmented reality or a virtual reality world without the previous constrictions of cords and other devices on our heads. And then really we'll perhaps be able to move into a world of cybernetics, essentially the molding or the combination of biology and technology. So perhaps those brain computer interfaces may allow us to be able to stay stimulated, but um, sure, yeah. Well, I mean, to some extent, we can stay entertained here on Earth, but we still will have goals as a civilization, and those will be space tourism. There will be terraforming other planets or planetoids, including um, first Mars, but then perhaps Venus, perhaps planetoids like Europa, perhaps Titan, and then eventually getting out of the inner solar system into the outer solar system, and then eventually start into inner space travel. So the next closest star is Alpha Centauri. It's about 4 light years away, and getting there will cause a lot of excitement for the world, and essentially being able to travel to another star system will keep people motivated to some extent. Uh, I don't know what the population of the Earth will be, but those people who are around, I think, will certainly find solace in and perhaps even great amounts of entertainment in what we're able to provide from a digital perspective, but also a real perspective. Basically, if you were able to, the fantasy of just about every person, or a fantasy of just about every person, would be not to have to work, to be able to play video games or some type of very engaging game with all of your friends, perhaps in a digital world, but even in reality as well. There are types of technology that may perhaps allow us to travel on Earth much faster than we currently do. Things like that are known as jump rooms. Essentially, they're like teleporters, so you could be on one end of the world and be able to travel instantaneously to another end of the world to be able to be with your friends and family. Um, these are all possibilities, perhaps within the next century. But I understand what you're saying. That won't that get boring? Under traditional methods, yes, but we may be able to alter those our traditional stimulation sources, and we may be able to perhaps be able to adjust our different hormone levels, specifically dopamine and serotonin, to be able to have great amounts of joy. And if you get into the transhumanist movement and really understand, there are opportunities for you to be able to change your body or your how what I want to say it, your capsule. So if you're sick of being a human, then you can be a cyborg. If you're sick of being a cyborg, you could be a cybernetic being. If you're sick of being a cybernetic being, you could be a clone of yourself, either older, younger, You could be a robot, and you could even, be an ethereal being where you don't even have a body. These are all things that may keep humanity enticed for not just the next century, but perhaps the next millennia, if not longer. Can you repeat that? Okay. Okay. Well, that could be. Essentially, people will have the ability to be stimulated through different opportunities on Earth, like virtual reality, augmented reality, all of that. There will be real systems that we may be able to partake, like space tourism, interstellar travel, perhaps even intergalactic travel at some point. Then there are ways that we can be with our loved ones through teleportation. There are new ways that we may be able to communicate, such as telepathy. There's we can we can build perhaps endless amounts of problems though through the digital world through gaming. So people find they don't have to they don't necessarily have to be real. It is. There are people who game for 12 hours a day and get an incredible amount of benefit out of that and stay stimulated and they become obsessed with it. They don't work. Well, you're- well, it's not just watching TV for the next 1,000 years. There are ways that we may be able to interact with each other that we never foresaw previously. Things like perhaps haptic feedback suits, the ability to immerse ourselves in a three-dimensional world using uh, a gaming treadmill, where you can't even tell the difference between reality and virtual reality, that the two worlds mesh and allow you to create scenarios that are very exciting to you and will continue to be exciting to you. But let's say all that eventually you get bored of that. That's fine. Then what do you want to be? Do you want to be a mech warrior? You can be a mech warrior. Do you want to be some type of avatar? You can be an avatar. Do you want to be an android? You can be an android. You can be whatever you want to be in a world of transhumanism. So, if you're bored in one system, like traditional humans, you can essentially evolve into something different, and that will still have human emotions like love and care and kindness that will want to be able to experience. Pardon me. And um, we may be able to do that in a better way. Essentially, a world where you don't die means that a marriage under traditional experiences of till death do you part is a punishment. So people may no longer have lifetime guarantees. They may no longer have lifetime marriage contracts. People may just start getting married for limited amounts of time. And if they're still in love with the person, they'll just renew their vows essentially. But then it opens up an entire world of love for people. So if I say to someone, okay, you're not going to die, that means essentially that every person on earth, particularly of the opposite sex, is a potential mate for them. And while that person, maybe who they've had their eyes on for some amount of time, doesn't love them back, not yet, give it 1,000 years, they'll eventually end up falling in love to some extent for a period of time, and then they may move away from each other and fall in love with other people. But essentially it's the ability of people now to have not just, I don't know, a dozen lovers over the course of their lifetime, but tens of millions. That's very exciting to people. I understand what you're saying. It's certainly social media has certainly changed society, but it's given you more options. Never before could you just come into someone's Discord and be able to talk with them from thousands of miles away, perhaps. It gives you the opportunity to make new friends. It gives you the opportunity to meet a lot more people. So let's even take dating for instance. Normally, you dated within your community, you found someone through family or friends of family or something like that. Now, a potential person who's looking to date may be able to find 1,000 mates in a day, potential mates or potential suitors in a day. So it gives them more opportunity. Do I think that the depth of the social relationships are as great? Perhaps no, because um, we have more opportunities to do other things. If we were just living in a hunter gatherer type of community where we were in a tribal mindset, we would get to know each other very, very well. But we would eventually get bored of learning everything about each other because there would be no variety. And as the saying goes, variety is the spice of life. So to some people, a world with social media may seem very bland. It also depends on how the social media is moderated and administered. I don't know if I agree with many of the ways that it is, and those certainly, the way that they are moderated certainly changes different social dynamics. But for the most part, if you're looking at 100 years ago, how many people would you meet over the course of your entire life? Maybe like 200 people. And now, especially with the utilization of digital types of communication, you'll meet probably 2,000, perhaps 20,000, perhaps 200,000, depending on how popular you are. And I know that, the relationships aren't all that close, but there are many people who have found their soulmates, so to speak, because of social media. So I understand what you're saying when you say like you don't think that it's been beneficial for society. I get that. But there are other people who would. Well, no one's stopping you from doing that. If you want to go and live that life, you can. Um, I think that if you recognize that there are far more opportunities now to do all of the things that you were saying, like sit around a campfire. There are people who want to do that, and they are outdoors people, and they do that every single weekend or even longer period. Well, whatever your interests are, you have the ability in 2025 to connect with people on those interests much better than you have at any other time of human history. So, this may be something personal to you that you don't find the same engagement, but if, let's just say, you like to be outdoors, nobody's stopping you from going outdoors. You can do that. If you want to be outdoors with people, there are certainly clubs that you can join of people, like-minded individuals, people who like that type of recreation, and you can connect with them. If there are people you like who like sports, whether it's a team or a given sport, you have a better way of connecting with them now than perhaps any other time of history. And I would make the argument that people today are much more fanatic, to use the term, about sports than they were previously, because they have the ability to get this 24/7 sports news that they previously didn't have. Generally, previously, people might be big sports fans, but that was limited to a certain season. Now the seasons can go basically year long, at least when it comes to their news. So you can really get into sports. If it's a certain game you like, you can find people with the same interest that you have as well. If it's a certain political motivation that you can have, there are much better ways to connect that way. But no one's stopping you from going to the local, at least in the United States, the local Republican League or the local Democratic League, and connecting with people in that way. I think that we have technology now that gives us better ways to perhaps to connect than we previously have ever had before, and maybe those in your life aren't as meaningful or not as stimulating as you'd like them to be, or perhaps you may um, other people may like them to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean that for other people they don't find great benefit in the ways to connect and um, explore. I mean, there are opportunities today to learn just about every single thing on earth that we previously didn't have a generation ago. A generation ago, or maybe two generations ago, we didn't have the internet. So if you wanted to find out the answer to something, you'd have to go to a library. And even then, it wasn't necessarily going to have the answer. Then a generation ago, we had the internet. So you could look everything up at the touch of a keyboard. Now we have AI that can provide you with just vast summaries of really intricate topics, and you can have it explain it to you in a very simplified form. I don't know what the next generation will have when it comes to this type of information, perhaps neural networks, where all this information is just passed to your brain wirelessly. These may be opportunities that we have. What I do is I document this journey. So I'm not the person to say how it's going to be, whether it's good or bad. What I do is I just document it. So, like in terms of I have been documenting since the birth of ChatGPT. It happened November 30th, 2022. I was using it day one. And we've seen its iterations from ChatGPT 1 to ChatGPT 2 to ChatGPT 3 and 3.5 and now 4. And just we're seeing we've seen Dolly and Midjourney and Stable Diffusion and all of the other different types of image creation AI. And I've been able to document all of them. I I I have found my passion is to be able to document these things. That's what I like to do, and I like to archive these types of conversations with people because it's important for I think for people to learn about it in the future and the problems that people are having and I certainly style understand what you're saying that there isn't the same type of what's the word for which I'm looking? Basically stimulation, but the same type of connection that we once had. But really, if you talk to people of the generations previously, they would have told you the same thing. Unless you're living in a tribal society where you are around the same people all the time, it's very difficult to get to know someone as well as you once would. But I think there are many benefits of the modern age that people find beautiful and new interests and new opportunities like things that may not have ever had an opportunity to learn about. Someone who lived on land might not have ever had an opportunity to learn about boating, but now they can be boating connoisseurs even if they never step foot near a body of water. They can know about different models of boats and different ways to navigate just through the internet. And someone who perhaps has never been in a plane can be an aviation expert because of the internet. These are all opportunities that we previously didn't have. And I really think it makes the internet and just these social media platforms really amazing places to learn. But in the flip side of that is, does it degrade society? It can. It's all about how these social media platforms are programmed. Well, there will be some, as the saying goes, the only consistency in life is change. So whatever it is, it will cause reactions out of people. I mean, to you, style, what makes you happy? But there's technology out. Um, I mean, I think that you may be seeing it in somewhat closed-mindedly, though. Whatever the new iPhone is, we don't know. There may be something that allows us to be able to experience a smartphone without a screen. Basically, like a projection. Okay, whatever that type of device is, that will be a game changer. Then perhaps being able to have something without even any screen or any projection, maybe something within our minds or within, as I stated previously, a smart contact, something like that. That'll be a game changer. There's all kinds of things that can be invented. And then to your point about space travel, we still haven't been able to do it. So there's still a lot of excitement. There's an entire world to explore, or entire universe to explore. So I think that just just personally that there's much more on this earth and in this universe to explore than what we've already explored or what we've already had the sensations to conquer. So maybe it's just the way that Moore's law, Moore's law. Well, in terms of the computer issue you raised, we're just looking at things really in a binary state. We don't know what opportunities quantum computing can have. And a generation ago, it took all day to download an image, and now we're able to do so almost instantaneously. And with the advent of quantum computing, perhaps it will be able to load Discord within 20 seconds or perhaps make that instantaneous. I'm an advocate for no load times. So I don't think that companies necessarily prioritize load times as much as they should. And they should make it a goal. Like iOS or the Apple doesn't really impress me. I have one right here, there's one there. There's another right there. It's the same technology that it's been since the beginning. When I will start to think that this is making radical differences is when there are no load times or instantaneous charging. These types of barriers are the things that I would, with which I would be, uh, advancements with which I would be impressed. Like when I turn on a phone, it shouldn't have a load time. It should just start working. When I press a button, it should just immediately work. There shouldn't be the whole loading screen and all of that. I mean, those are things that I think we could overcome with current technology, perhaps, or perhaps within the next couple of years. But when we move into the world of quantum computing, who knows what the opportunities are? So I think that maybe just keep an open eye or an open mind for things that may happen in the future, because whatever the problems are, they will continue to be here, and we will have to adapt. And Well, I personally have a positive outlook on the future, and perhaps many of the things that you're saying are correct. I'm not disagreeing with much of what you're saying, but I think the overall theme that you had, which was we'll run out of problems as a society, I disagree with that. I don't think that we will. I think even if we were able to solve everything, we can create new problems for ourselves. Okay, so space travel. How about that? You could participate. You could participate. You could participate in space tourism. People are doing that now. There's a whole world. If you have any belief in extraterrestrial civilizations, there's an entire world to be able to discover, even bigger than a world. There's a universe full of different creatures to be able with whom to interact. Okay, well, I think that's closed-minded thinking, but we can agree to disagree on that. If you think that the Earth is the only place that has intelligent life on it in the entire universe, that's closed-minded to me. But if that's the way that you want to think, then I'm. Do you know who Bob? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? So he was an engineer at Los Alamos and Area S4 of Area 51, and he's been interviewed on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's essentially had a consistent tale for the last 30 years on how aliens essentially overcome these challenges. It's through anti gravity. What they do is they essentially create a wormhole at the front of a craft to be able to travel faster than the traditional speeds of light. And utilizing that type of technology can travel vast distances essentially instantaneously. So when you start to think that there are perhaps extraterrestrial species that have already overcome this type of these types of challenges, it's mind opening. And these are like crafts that have been described not just by Bob Lazar but by other people that are stored in Area S4, which is about 15 miles south of the Nevada test site. Um, I mean, I you explore what you want, but there's definitely the theory that Earth is a seeded planet from an extraterrestrial race, and that we're basically like a human zoo or like a, a biological zoo, and that there are extraterrestrials that do experiments on humans on a daily basis. There are arguments to be made that alien technology is viewed on a daily basis. You can just see it on Reddit, um, or on Twitter, or on Instagram. I mean, it's on all your social media. And I know that there are arguments to be made that these things are photoshopped or whatever, but it goes back 100 years of photography of these types of crafts, and people's stories. I mean, you can look at Barney and Betty Hill, the first major alien abduction story that took place in New Hampshire in 1961, specifically September 19th, 1961, where they had a period of missing time. They didn't make anything off of their story, but they were able to talk about uh, extremely intriguing encounter that they had with an extraterrestrial um, race. You can look at the story of um, what is his name? Travis Walton, that occurred November 5th, 1975. Um, Essentially, a story where he was a logger in Arizona, and he was gone for 5 days. The police went and actually accused his friends of murdering him until they were able to recognize that he was perhaps had an alien abduction, and dropped the charges against his friends. I mean, these are things that aren't necessarily mainstream, but they are. I mean, I shouldn't even say they're not mainstream. They are. You look at the New York Times in 2018, and the Tic Tac encounter off the coast of um, of San Diego. The the United States government could not necessarily pinpoint what this type of technology was, but it traveled at thousands of miles per hour and was able to make right hand turns that would have killed any human pilots, but yet these things were able to interact and just show many times greater capabilities than what our current state of the art technology could uh, could recreate. And this is all documented. I mean, these are on FLIRs, they're on video. These are, and this isn't just something that's like on some forum. This is the New York Times. This is the most respected newspaper, if not media organization in the United States, if not the world. The BBC has talked about this. Um, so, I mean, for us to think that we're the only ones here in the entire universe, I think is closed minded. There's a lot of evidence that we are not that advanced and that there are many other civilizations that are far more advanced than we are. Well, I don't know if you'll be able to get superpowers, but it's interesting to hear the lore, and it's interesting. I mean, we learn more about perhaps how Earth was created or founded, and that we may not just be some primordial ooze that has evolved into intelligent life here on Earth. That we may have had our evolution guided through. Um, I mean, as the government documents state, at least 64 major 64. What up, Caspian? See how you look. How are you? Yeah, welcome. We some new friends. Sure, good to see you as well. Love the videos of the dog. Amazing. We've got some friends here, and they're very intelligent. We were just talking about um, just human existence and how we can stay stimulated as we move into the future. And then we just got on the topic of extraterrestrials, and we may have some extraterrestrial skeptics here, which I completely understand. Um, I don't think our, at least Style, may not be that as familiar with Bob Lazar as you and I are, but yeah, but that's kind of the topic that we're on. And Style was just saying, like, look, even if aliens do exist, and he's not denying it, I'm not saying he's a total skeptic, but if they do, um, how does that help me? Does that give me any kind of superpowers? No, it doesn't, but it does allow us to perhaps understand the journey that humans have been able to take to evolve into our current state, and perhaps allows us to know how we were perhaps seated here. And I mean, if you're interested, Style, there are many documentaries out there that are superb in documenting real encounters of people. We talked about Betty and Barney Hill a little bit. We talked about Travis Walton. There was an encounter of children in Zimbabwe in the 1990s where an entire school of children had an encounter. Basically, a UFO landed at their school, and that was they just had the 25th anniversary of this. Maybe it was the 30th anniversary, and they all of the kids maintain the same story. And so I mean um it's really hard to um especially children keep a a consistent story, but over the course of 25 or 30 years it's even more difficult. um so Style, you said that you're on Reddit, and I love Reddit. I'm on Reddit all the time. Do you ever go onto the UFO Reddit and just see? I mean, like every day. And you know what? That's an honest answer, and that's absolutely fine. But if it's of interest to you, if I just go to it right now, there's UFO and there's UFOs. There's all kinds of different ones. Um, but they have people who describe. I mean, like here's a picture of one. Um, I mean, I know it's going to be hard for you to see, and I know some of these older pictures could have just been somebody who took a hubcap and threw it into the air and then took a picture. I get that, 100%. But there are videos that show this. There are, I mean, here they have it's the a couple days ago it was the anniversary of the Phoenix Lights, which was a an encounter that happened over the city of Phoenix, Arizona. That was that was recorded on camera and in photographs of a mass sighting, basically perhaps a large mothership that was over the city. Um, there are really they're not just your traditional saucers. They can look like rods, they can look like diamonds, they can look like triangles. But if you just take a look, I mean, you just scroll down, it'll make it it will cause you to say, "Wow, this is really a phenomenon that is much more real than I may have given it um, any kind of credence." Um, and you know, some people it could just be a plane in the sky, but for every 100 UFO, or so to speak, UFO um, witnesses, let's say 99 of them are wrong, and it was swamp gas or it was a plane. If just one of them is right, well, then that basically changes everything that we know about society. I know, Style, that you're interested in like fusion and fission technology and nuclear technology. Well, there are arguments to be made that even nuclear technology that we have today is just reverse engineered alien technology, which is not that strange to think of. That um, I can give you an example. If you are you familiar, Style, with North Sentinel Island? This is that island in the Indian Ocean that. Uh, okay, so there's an island in the Indian Ocean. It's called North Sentinel Island, where humans are, I should say, like people aren't allowed to go. That there is one of these tribes that we discussed that doesn't have any contact with outside humans, and there have been people who have wanted to travel there, but basically this tribe has been in isolation. There are about like 100 members of the tribe or so, and it fluctuates. But there are people who have wanted to travel there for whatever reason. You're not allowed to, basically, but sometimes people will bribe local fishermen to be able to take a boat out there. And there was a story about a well, there are like three stories that stand out in my mind about this. And the reason why I use this as our example is it's basically that's kind of what we are when it comes to um, all of this extraterrestrial ongoings. So there is a this tribe. It's North Sentinel Island, and there was a ship or a boat, I should say, that crashed on the rocks. This was like in the 1980s, and the people there who were on the boat, they were saved. But the people on North Sentinel Island, it was basically to them would have been like a crashed UFO. They'd never seen a boat like this before with a metal um, engine, and essentially this tribe advanced to the initial Iron Age because of this discovery. Now, there have been a couple other interactions that people have had. They've had helicopters that have flown over it, and these people throw spears at the helicopters and have almost crashed the helicopters. And then there's a story of I believe it's an American missionary who went there trying to essentially proselytize Christianity to the island, and they killed him. Um, Without he made like a couple travels to them, and they just didn't want to hear what he had to say, and they killed him. But essentially, what this is a microcosm of what the Earth is. So, in the same way that we had a boat that crashed on their island, and they did everything that they could to figure out what was going on with this, the same could be true with UFOs here on Earth, and crashed UFOs. There are crash there are crash retrieval teams within the United States that their role, they're in the United States government employees or contractors. Their role is, whenever one of these UFOs crash for whatever reason, it is their duty to essentially um, classify um, the event and make sure that it does not leak. Um, the big reason, it's like, well, why are we so scared of this? Because it changes everything that we know about the Earth. Kind of like in the idea of what we were talking about when it came to nuclear energy, when you were talking about the powers that be that basically want to keep this silence. Well, when you start to get into anti-gravity and antimatter and nuclear fusion and nuclear fission and cold fusion, this breaks down your traditional systems of fossil fuels. It breaks down the coal industry. It breaks down the wind industry, or the wind and turbine industry. It breaks down the natural gas industry. It breaks down petroleum. It breaks down essentially any kind of carbon fuel that we have, and that those are trillion-dollar industries. Also, it would shake up the world's governments, because no longer would people perhaps see their government as the be-all and end-all when it came to leadership. They would recognize that we are subservient to some other type of being, or at least there's a higher power being out there. It would shake up the world's religions. No longer would people necessarily think that their spiritual leaders were the people who were in control, or perhaps who were there, um, who could at least enlighten them or give them some type of um, spiritual um, uh, satisfaction. But now there would be something that existed that really the spiritual world or most religions don't necessarily discuss, which is alien extraterrestrials being here on Earth. That would cause a lot of change to the world, and that's why it's been kept a secret for so many years. But it's not. It's slowly what's called. It's called it's called soft disclosure, which is what we're in a period of, where basically you're not going to see it on the news, though you do. I mean, like I said, it was in the New York Times, and it's been on CNN and your major news outlets, that hey, maybe something does exist out there, things exist out there that we can't necessarily comprehend. But you're not going to see it as the breaking news. All of a sudden we are now going to legitimize the discussion of extraterrestrials, because once that happens, all of these systems start to break down. So we have this, what's called soft disclosure, where it's passed on, or people have their own experiences, and that's kind of the period in which we are. If I had to say, if you were to do anything, and I can even turn it on if you want, it's, I mean, I'm almost tempted to. It's the. Do you know who Joe Rogan is, Style? Joe Rogan. Okay, so Joe Rogan has an interview that he does with Bob Lazar, and if you're going to be here for any amount of time longer, I'll turn it on just so you can see. This is a man who had firsthand knowledge of interacting with these types of vehicles, and if that's of interest to you, I will turn it on. Is it of interest to you, Style? Beautiful, beautiful. Just one moment. Just one moment, and I'll turn it on. Thank you so much.
Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times. It's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs and Flying Saucers. And Flying Saucers. Not Area 51 and Flying Saucers. Okay. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, you went like, huh? Well, we want to be accurate. Okay. Area S4. S4. Okay. It's about 15 miles south of Area 51. Okay. You worked in, how would you describe it? I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51. And you got that job. Before that, you were working. Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos, National Labs in New Mexico. And you were involved in what? Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there. So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert? Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. It said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, I was a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward 2 years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in that day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started. So you get a phone call or a letter, but what do you get? Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas. And did they give you any sort of job description, what you were applying for? They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. And so it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so they
just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that
there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site, there's Area 51, there's the Tonopah test range north of that, there's little sub areas, there's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights, just passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51, and it was really just going through mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize? At what point in time did you say, "Hey, this is not normal work. Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet"?
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, flying saucer, that I worked on. I saw it sitting, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious. Right. So I went by, I stuck my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side, and just walk out the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab, and Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was a demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this was really something different.
What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up, because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. the only way you get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was...
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together and
yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push.
And you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that. Everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we could duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their existence. So, I have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefing, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them. Whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again. Load meaning you can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on, but I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died? Or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
geez.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Perry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to cut, analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at the current time, has the ability to create. But you still don't. What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works. So we start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw Bob at it.
Yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you directions, showing you all this stuff, like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
but they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials that would, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob is getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We're talking about
right, so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the crab came from. Now, was that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30-some-odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
You also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like we were talking about before. If you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and, this Lazar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When they had Zeta Reticuli, we were like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of this stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
We're like, why did I sign up for this?
To me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old are you now?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you're probably totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. I didn't care. I was reading through everything, and
so you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
so that was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is American."
What's that before?
Hard 7 years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay.
And, you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
Now
I don't. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember and crazy information.
Right.
But like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like a half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
What is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity. Most people's gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And Did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off from the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
What progress was made when you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. They lasted 220 milliseconds with the atoms with nothing, right? And then later it was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it muscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
Not 1982.
What year was this?
it was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Okay.
82 is when
82
I
was
was
in
in
Los
Los Alamos.
Alamos. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The word will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
I just want to say, yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. About for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob, getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do, was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jeremy. You and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them.
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable. It's not radioactive. But there's also two other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive. It's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 of different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. They say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything is a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unwieldy, to pick on a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half of it.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there was no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it. It's at a part of the superstructure, and one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would be maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
That you could
Yeah,
see
it just
through.
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking
There's no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent, and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, I don't know if the craft is made of an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch. So, I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work with a buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now, this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion, and ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at the bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he can do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot it? Was there a pilot seat? There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats. And that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them, there's no buttons, there's no lights, there's no control. The same color,
everything is the same color.
Just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung it upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is roughly the size of this thing?
I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, came up with 52 feet in diameter.
So I think that's really small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How were they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc. Like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size?
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there were several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams who were working on these different aircraft?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. You would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, I think he pretty much he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did, and I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything after that.
So, what kind of reports did you have to give? Like, so you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy, and he would routinely pop in, during the day, and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, and he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours, too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and, we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that you don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, essentially, any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power, and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields, and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really can only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky. And this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there's a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small, so the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same craft that you
Yeah,
worked
that
on?
was-
Because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because It produced uh, a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the glucose disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, um, they communicated with a because I saw the guy talk regular
Sure.
to the person.
It goes for a couple more hours, but I completely understand. We weren't planning on doing this. I appreciate your patience in watching it. I hope it was interesting to you. If you want to watch it at another time, it's the Joe Rogan Experience featuring Bob Lazar, Bob space Lazar, and I, I think it's an interesting story that he has to tell. Yeah, I mean, certainly my cousin. Yeah, I definitely. I think really, at least my contingent supports me. Um, yeah, I would say that overall, many of us want peace. Maybe not the whole family, but the ones with whom I have direct contact, yeah, we want peace on Earth for all people. I mean, they're open. I mean, they're welcome to as of right now. I don't know how much they'd want to do that, but they like anonymity. But perhaps in the future. Well, it's as they say, with great power comes great responsibility, and with that power, with that responsibility, I advocate peace. I advocate ending world hunger, world thirst, and the betterment of society. Let me choose. Before you go, before you go, I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord. Feel free to accept it should you wish. And yeah, if you need anything, just know I'm always here. Yes, sir. Go. There's something special about all the numbers. Well, I mean, it's a study of numerology. Six is known as a number of perfection. Um, it's a triangular number, which means essentially that if you show the number physically, you get three at the bottom, two on top of that, and one at the top of that. Other numbers that do this are that are triangular numbers. One does it, two does it, six does it, 10 does it, and so on. And so it's just kind of like it's about the arrangement that they make. Absolutely. Feel free to come back, guys, whenever you have time. I enjoyed our talk. Take care. Peace. How you living, pimp? Hey, it happens. How are you? Good. How is Kaya? So saw in your message you were thinking about maybe starting an Instagram or YouTube. Is that correct? Where can people? Yeah, I get that, and she is cute. Um, you had said she's got sharp teeth. Is she? Um, she seems to be growing very quickly. I mean, I'm just gonna say she looks like twice the size that she was. So yeah, definitely. How big is she gonna get? Do you know? She seems she seems like she's gonna get bigger than that, doesn't she? I mean, I don't know, but like she's already pretty big. Could she get to be like 75 pounds? Yeah. That, is she chewing on stuff aside from your hand? Is she chewing on stuff aside from your hands? Well, you're not the only person who got their wallet drained. It happened to the best of us. No, it happened to me. And it's my own fault. And I'm not too mad about it. It's $300. It could have been a lot worse. A lot worse. But yeah, what happened? Yeah, thing. I didn't even know like what even happened. I'm not that crypto savvy, and I was really involved with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, as you know, I still am. But I received some direct messages from accounts that look like they were from like the one in particular was more like, and he and I were talking, and so I thought he had just sent me a message, and yeah, they got me, but I'm like, of course, when it happened, I was really sad, but it makes me like almost like somewhat grateful that it happened. And let me put it this way, because I know that I didn't have that big of a bag. It could have been a lot worse, but I know what to avoid in the future. I mean, I was dumb and it happened. And I'd rather honestly have it happen to me than someone like Zoot, who's got millions of dollars in this thing or, whatever. I just felt so stupid. That's the thing. I just felt very dumb. And, but yeah, it, it is what it. Yeah. Well, yeah, so it's one of those things, live and learn, and there's nothing I can do about it now. But yeah, I made a mistake, and that's what happens. But again, I know that I'll have a bigger bag in the future, and it'll cause me to be much more cautious because I'll know what I'm doing, or hopefully. And yeah, so there's that. In terms of the going viral front, um, I I had a really good strategy of just sending these direct messages to people, and it was working. People were coming in here saying they received my direct message and yada, 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 which was great. But believe it or not, I know I would love to see, like, to be on the other side and see what happened with, um, like, how Twitter is reacting to me because they really are. Like, before, I could send like 500 messages a day to people and or 400 messages a day to people, and they like redid their setting, like they redid their settings, not just for me but like site wide. And um I'm still able to send some messages, but not that many, only like 10, and then I'll get my account banned. And they just keep like whatever they do, I basically um we're like playing a game of chess where I'll make a move and then they'll react to it. And I know they're reacting to me because, or reacting to someone because the settings are changing. Like before, I can see the record that I have sending 400 messages a day and just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. And then all of a sudden, something changed. all of a sudden something changed and I can't do that anymore. And like nothing changed on my end. And I don't know if you were aware, but Twitter had an outage earlier this week apparently, and so they're like much more savvy to like their moderation and everything. But I'm just it's almost it's kind of exciting to me the game that I'm playing with them, because it's like, all right, they make a move and then I'll figure out a way how to get around it and talk to people or whatever. And yeah, so that's what I've been doing. And I've been going through these Kill Tonys, and I've watched them from the beginning, and it's really, I just think it's a cool story that they tell. That I mean, that they started off and they were broke, and now they're starting to make, like the show is at least like number 250, where they're starting to make money, and it just keeps growing to the point where they're multimillionaires now. And it's like this story of like 11 over the course of 11 years or so that they've had. And I just think it's really really cool to watch what's going on with that. So um we've just been watching these, and I very much enjoy them. I can't say like when I first saw the show that I really liked it that much, but and they make some lame jokes, but it's it's just like kind of cool to have on in the background. And if I'm not paying attention to it, that's okay. 60 seconds later it'll be a new person with whatever they're gonna say. So that's what I've been doing. And I'm starting to I'm doing what I can, at least, to figure out this Twitter system. And I just saw something that came into my feed. You know what KCIP is on Kick? Caspian C, do you know what KCIP is on Kick? Okay, it's no longer going to be called that. It's going to be called Kick Partner, which that isn't like anything mind blowing, but I guess they're changing it because KCIP is too. It's just vague. Like, what is that? So yeah. Anyway, as for yeah, I mean it's just clearer, I think. As for Kick, I've had some people come in here and ask me why I don't stream on Kick anymore, or why I'm not even spamming. And this has just kind of been my self-induced ban of my, like I know that they don't want me spamming on there, so I've kind of just said I've said for a year I won't do it, but I don't know. I might send Eddie a message, since he and I are friends on Discord, and say like, look, I haven't spammed on there in 3 months or 6 months or whatever. Okay. Um, Thank you. I may have to. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not back to doing it, but I might ask him if I can come back and stream, and I need to give him an excuse, because like all of his other streamers are going to be like, you let the biggest troll on this platform back, how dare you? And at least then he could say, well, he was banned for 90 days or 6 months or a year or whatever, so we'll let him back or whatever. But it's that one's not too big to me. I think if I'm going to get viral on anything, it's going to be on Twitter, and I just have to figure out how on Twitter I'm going to do it, because they're just getting better and better at playing defense against me. But that's okay. I mean, there's this strategy that I utilized like almost 2 years ago. Well, like a year and a half ago, where it's just I just follow, and then create a new account and follow. And I may utilize that. I'm not sure, but for now, I'm just gonna keep trying to um find cracks in the armor of Twitter, So in the meantime, feel free to enjoy some Kill Tony.
That was hilarious.
No, it wasn't.
No, basically her dad came and I said something along the lines of like, I was like, oh, that white guy's here. Why is he supposed to be in this camp? She's like, that's my dad. And it was like when you're young and you don't know and you said something that was racist, I really didn't realize it because I was 7. I didn't get it.
So you think that's the worst thing you've ever done?
No, I also, one time I did cum in a lady's throat after I slashed it open. I think that was the worst one.
I see
about it.
I see what
I
you
can
did.
think about the first one a lot more. Actually.
I see what you did there. That was like a little improv thing.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Tony.
yeah, I like that he came in her throat and slashed it, but he still called her a lady.
Yeah. That's called a ground rule double.
So Zahid, how long have you been storing your shirts in fanny packs until you wear them? You always do that? You in the wrinkled business?
I know. I was late. I work here, and I was late today.
You work here?
I work here.
What do you do here? Are you the one that designed it like Tim Burton's Down syndrome child?
That's good.
I
I do posters here and event building, and
did you make any Kill Tony posters?
I made yours for this one. So I hope you like it.
I haven't seen any of them.
Steal some there in the back.
So obviously you're not in charge of marketing either.
No,
I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
You could have gave it to us so we could tweet it or something.
It must be a small poster.
Did you only make one?
Post it.
Yeah. He's coming later. Just go to the website. That's all it says.
All right.
Yeah. All right. This was.
So what is your thing? Are you Muslim? Is that a thing or what? I'm from Ohio. I don't even know what it means.
I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you believe in right now? Like, are you like on the side of the terrorists or us?
I'm still trying to figure it out. Like I said, so I love it.
But what else? Should we just keep flying through it?
How many crock pots do you have?
Wow, good question. And backpacks, and how much duct tape? And screws and nails and shit. I know what you guys like.
Just enough for Ramadan. So,
yeah, there it is. Another yes and from Vicky.
Thank you.
Say your last name again.
Devji. Zahid Devji.
Say what?
Zahid Devji.
Deji?
Devji, yeah.
Deji, wait.
Thanks for having me.
Zahid Deji. Zahid. If you say it 3 times, you get a cow.
Doesn't it seem like if we say his name like 3 times, he'll blow up or something?
Jesus.
You're out of there!
Oh, well, if you're a fan of this show, then you know sometimes I feel like when I pull a name out of here, I know that it's going to be interesting. Usually it is a one-word name, and we have a one-word name that has been pulled out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Zubaz. I'm not seeing any movement. C-U-B-A-Z?
Blacklisted!
No, come on. I want to see this person so bad.
Yeah, he pushed out. He went to Dallas.
Okay, relax. What? Oh. Is this Zubaz? Fuck yeah. This guy's in the middle of a golf game right now. He has no idea where he's at. He's in between holes 7 and 8 at one point. Next thing, he's got a drink, front row. He's like, I'll sit right here. Put your hands together for Derek Fields. Somebody find some pops. I gave my son an edible. At the airport, and
let's just say that flight and layover was interesting. We was flying back to Texas from visiting his grandparents, and when I get out like the pregame, so when the Quiznos got a sub, he was like, "Dad, can I get one too?" I was like, "Cool." He knew he was gonna be high, my nigga, right? So we get to the gate, about a 45-minute layover. Get the gummy bears out. He was like, "Damn, what are those?" I was like, "Gummy bears. You don't like strawberry?" He was like, "Nigga, I like strawberry." I was like, "Wait a minute. I'm still your dad. Don't talk to me like that." So I gave him 3. We board the plane, and you know when you fly, your ears pop. So when he sit down, right, we take off. He's like, "Hey, Dad, I feel real good. I don't know why I'm about to eat the rest of this stuff. I'm hungry than a motherfucker." You're cut off, sir. The white woman gonna be here.
Fuck yeah. I think everyone has gotten the West Hollywood Bear.
Yeah, everybody's
you guys.
Is it the bear? I understand why. I don't listen to pussies. Hey, what? Okay.
Good job, man.
How was your son? He's 9, but he was 8 when that happened. Wow. So wow, this really did happen. Yes. Ain't nobody got no phones and shit. I didn't do it. He found it in my bag. Jesus. Relax. Don't bring Jesus into this. He has nothing to do with it. Lord have mercy. Okay, guys. Please, for the love of God. Derek, so you really did this. You said you were flying to Texas from your grandmother's, but where's that at? Oh, we was flying from North Carolina from his, we visit his grandparents. So that's what, like a 3-hour flight? Yeah, 3-4-hour flight. We have a layover in Charlotte. So, yeah, other than wanting to eat more of the sub and being loud, what else happened on that flight? Did you sleep or did you do or anything? Do you remember anything else? Yeah, dude. We were after we ate it was about maybe 15-20 minutes in. He started pulling hacky sack. He ran upstairs and locked his door. And then I was like, wait a minute. Niggas don't play hacky sack. Where the fuck you learn this shit at? So I'm standing up my own house watching him. It's true, mostly Cracker Jacks. Yes, it is. There's nothing wrong with it. White people got great games when y'all get fucked up. Great games. And great drugs. Oh my God.
So has he done any more since? Like, is this like a thing now that he's doing?
No, he didn't even know. He was just having a good time munching. You weren't worried at all about him just having a panic attack, just being like, I think I'm dying, my heart feels weird, all that shit? No. Because that's what would have happened to me if you gave me 3 of those gummy bears on a flight. Yeah. I got insurance. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he got insurance. Hopefully he doesn't move on. I'm over here. Thank you. Hey, hopefully he doesn't move on to like harder stuff, like edible candies. Because that'd be fucked up. Quick question. What was it like working with Sandra Bullock in The Blind Side? Woo! That's my assistant coach, Patty Rager, right there. Derek, you said you have insurance. Derek, what is it that you do for a living? What do you do for work? Or do you? He's the Allstate guy. Really good hair. Is he really? Is that really? I feel like this is Fishburne. Is that better? I thought this was Leslie Jones this entire time. He looks like Lawrence Fishburne if he ate all the pills. It's not nigga jokes. This is a lot of nigga jokes. Now. You've been doing that shit all night, nigga jokes. You're literally stroking your titties while you're... I am. That Leslie Jones shit got me fucked up. It is not those kinds of jokes. It is not. That is not... That is not what is happening here.
No, this is fun. This is great.
Thank you, Tracy Morgan Freeman. So what do you do for a living, Derek?
Comedy.
All right. You can tell, man, you're really funny. You are really, really funny. You make a living doing it here in Houston?
Dallas and Austin, and I'm trying to make my way around in Houston a little bit more.
Very cool. How long have you been doing it?
5 years.
5 years. You're still with the baby mama?
Why you asked why there's particular?
If you didn't look the way you looked, if you're wondering, I would have said, are you still with the? Are you
child's mother?
Yeah.
No, it's jokes.
It's not. It was. It's not. That was not a joke.
No,
I'm not.
No, it is. It's the truth.
It would be a joke if you said, yes, I'm still with the baby mama.
No, it's because you feed
Me to a 9-year-old son. That's why. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Oh,
He's 9 years old. He's still drooling.
you know, he's good. He makes AP honor roll.
I love it, man. That may have been. Ryan and I were talking about how on one flight we once saw graffiti on Spirit Airlines tray table made by a crayon.
Yeah.
And I wonder how something like that would happen until I find out there's 9-year-olds being fed edibles on the beginning trip of a flight. Now it's all starting to make sense.
Nah, not Wayne. Wayne has discipline. He has homework.
Wait a minute. Your kid's name is Rain?
Rayne.
Wow. Of course. No, I knew that.
I know. I'm trying to help you out. I'm just trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out. Just in case. You can't get on my team now. If you want to go, I am a professional.
Wow. What the fuck just happened there? Derek Moses poses like a professional wrestler when he's done wrestling.
I feel over here. I do like professional wrestling.
All right.
So, you ever go like out to the West Coast or East Coast and do comedy, or you ever go on the road? Because you should. I mean, like, I'm trying to anybody. I go to New York. I'm going to New York in September for a month and just run it. Just exhaust myself and just get it.
By the looks of your body, I don't think it'd be that hard to exhaust yourself.
It's gotten better. I can still get it.
Have you had any?
Yeah, I got still pooping. Still things still good.
Have you had any? Have you
saying shit? Hey. Shit. That was good in the motherfucker. Shit. I like that.
Wow, I don't know what the fuck just happened. We went from HEB to BET real quick. Okay, that's enough. You make them think it was done. The lighting guy got so turned up that, perfect, dude. We'll let it move it on. I had no problem with that. Tony, I can't believe he just walked him like that. No, he did enough work up here. That was like 10 minutes of slave or something like that. All right, I guess I'll go to a more liberal city with Kill Tony next time, you pieces of shit. Too soon for a 10 years of slave joke? Really? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to put that Abraham Lincoln joke I had back in my repertoire. All right, this guy filled out taking in the old ways of hits like Ichabod and Aphrodite. This man signed up with a Sharpie. Put your hands together for Ben Obrin Rakan. Oh, Ben Rakan. Ben Rakan. Here he is. Holy shit. Fuck yeah, put your hands together for Ben.
Hey guys, how y'all doing tonight?
My name is Ben. I apologize about my voice. It's that time of year, blowjob season. Shit. Honestly, though, there really should be a blowjob season. I think I like that answer. I think that it would kind of come between, was that Aphrodite? It would come after winter but before spring to where, your girl can work off that, coat she put on during the winter. Hey, I'm allowed to fat shame because I'm shamefully fat. Okay? I've been in the pantry at my house eating my kids' snacks, crying, tears running down my eyes. And, my wife's walked in on me in the toilet eating Doritos, so I wouldn't go into the bathroom. That is what shameful looks like. Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please, big fucking baby here.
Good boy.
You're not the most adorable fucking thing I've ever seen.
Thank you.
I've never seen
Likewise.
somebody look like a 5-year-old and a 50-year-old at the same damn time. Like, you are incredible. The range of characters you could play.
Definitely. Thank you.
You sort of remind me of remember the movie Nothing But Trouble? Those twins that walked over the junkyard, played by John Candy? Reference, but you need to look it up.
I've seen the movie. Did you say Candy?
You might think you're right here. What'd you say?
I said, did you say Candy?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You get it.
Ben,
Yes, sir.
you were really eating Doritos on the toilet?
Yes.
And you weren't going to the bathroom. Does that mean that you had your pants still pulled down and to make it look like you were going to the bathroom?
Yes.
Wow. And was it a big bag of Doritos or just
No,
a
it was
little
the
one?
snack size the kids taking the lunch.
How long does it take you to eat one of those?
5 seconds, 10
I
seconds.
feel like you would just crush it up and snort it.
If I did, it wouldn't hit here. So
Wow. I mean, what are some more of your foods of choice?
all the healthy
Did I
ones.
just have a stroke?
What
are some more foods of choice? Is that right?
Yeah.
That sounds.
Tony, wake up. Anything with gravy has a.
Anything with gravy, including.
Southern. Do what?
I said including, man.
No.
How long? And you said you have a wife?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
July will be 14 years.
How flat is she? You must. I don't see one. So you must wear the ring on what? Your stomach?
No, look. You can see how it's almost like it broke my hand. I had to take it off.
Oh shit! Your finger got so fat that it was like life.
Yeah. I got perma ring.
How did they take it off?
No, I got it off. I just went to the
Oh, you just sucked it off. Yeah. I see it.
I put some
You want to eat some chicken?
Gravy. Yes.
You have any kids, Ben?
2 boys.
2 boys. How old are they?
8 and almost 10.
And when's the next one due?
Tonight. I hope. I wish. Tonight. No more.
No more.
Tony, didn't your first joke? Did anybody else think that I made me think that you were gay?
Yeah, we all thought you were like sucking dicks.
Yeah, I love that joke.
Yeah, I would suck that joke.
I figured you guys would thought I would say flu season, but it sounds like I'm dry from that.
And then you look like the gay dude from Modern Family. So I tied those together. That was the gravy.
I didn't hear you. What guy from Modern Family?
The gay dude.
Oh, the old man?
What? No, he said you look like Sofia Vergara.
Voluptuous.
Ben, I cannot wait to find out what kind of cars you sell for a living.
Not cars, houses.
Houses.
Real estate.
Real estate?
Real estate.
Wow. God damn.
Where's my boy? Where's my real estate agent at? Where's my lender? It's my lender right there.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Fuck yeah. What's the company?
I can't say. I'll get fired.
Oh, okay. Is these like nice houses or are you flipping it?
We're doing flips. We're doing new builds.
Yeah.
Gentrification.
Flip the rubber. Yeah. Hopefully you're reinforcing the second floor while you're up there.
Yeah. I do the accounting, the bookwork.
What?
I did the accounting, the bookwork.
Here in Houston, what is the average cost for a really nice 4-bedroom house in a nice area?
It depends. I mean, I live out in the suburbs. I live on a place called Katy. Katy, anybody?
Any taxes? But you said you just do the accounting, right? So you're just, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, my house is like $100 a square foot. In town, you're paying $300.
Speaking of a square foot, have you been diagnosed by your doctors with anything other than morbid obesity?
He tells me to quit the carbs, but
carbs. What is? Give us more other than, because clearly not that many carbs and gravy, right? Am I wrong?
It's all carbs, flour and oil.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What's wrong with his feet? Nothing. That was a joke about like diabetes and shit. Like it's just sort of like a picture from driving his car, right? You have to like
Flintstones, yeah.
Yep. What just happened there?
Nothing. The same flavor.
You guys can relate because you're at before and after. So, oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Before and after what? 1 week dieting?
Stop drinking for a week,
right? So Ben, what else are you into? You're flipping houses. You got an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. What's like a secret thing? I mean, the guy looks like just like you. John Wayne Gacy had a lot of secrets.
Secret. I put a hole in one before.
Really?
You told me out last time you were here about it.
It was a real hole.
I was the slow clapper.
Oh,
that one Trump joke you had.
I remember now that old Trump joke that I had about how I thought that Trump was going to become president, and I had a bunch of old funny jokes about it to follow up.
Yeah.
And nobody believed me. So Ben, what else are you into? You've made a hole-in-one before.
Well, I like to cook.
Obviously, the hole-in-one was a donut that we're talking about.
Yes.
You like to cook.
Yes, I like to cook.
Reagan?
I feel like your set got derailed early, like you were killing with that first joke, and then there was an audience interruption. The girl said, "It's always blowjob season."
I know.
There are a lot of sluts in this audience right now. I know who they are. I know who you are. I have the eyes of an eagle. This little one chimed in too. I used to be a home plate umpire, kids. That's what I did when I was in high school. That's not a baseball joke. I was a home plate umpire. Anyway, back to a guy that looks like a major league.
You're out of there. Get out of here, mister. What are you doing? That's 3 strikes. It's time for you to leave. Seriously, I'd like for you to get out of here. Go back to your plate. Go back to your dugout. Come on, scram, kiddos.
All right. No, but seriously, you were on a roll. I mean, it was a cinnamon roll, but...
Can I ask Jeremiah a question?
Yes.
Jeremiah, my age is 42. Name a famous player with that number.
Reggie.
No.
Reggie.
Anybody?
Robinson. Yeah. Guys, you can't be a heckly, chimey audience. This isn't fucking Doug Loves Movies, you fuckers. This isn't a participatory thing. It's either laugh or shut the fuck up. I know you guys all love sucking dicks. I don't need to hear about it. Right, so, Dan, what do you think the most adorable thing you've ever done is? You ever just lay in your bathtub and put, like, the rubber ducky in your belly button and just, like, stare at it and shit like that? Like, if I were you, I would do shit all the time.
My belly button sticks out of the water in the bathtub, so I can't do that.
Right.
Okay, I do take baths, yes.
Do you ever,
is that adorable?
If your belly button sticks above the water, then do you ever fill your belly button up with water and then put the rubber ducky in that water that's in your belly button?
It's not big enough, but it's getting there.
It's like, and a lot of people don't know this, but where the Hollywood sign is, at the top of that mountain, there's a lake. And in that lake, you can do things, and that reminds me of what that would be like. Because, all right.
How many dimes can you fit in your belly button?
Can we try this right now? Can we have a...
Can we have a...
Loose change. Can you get us a few dimes? Would you be willing to play this game with us?
So, yes, absolutely.
Who wants to play a game? How many dimes can we fit in Ben's belly button, huh? Give me some music for this. This is... What's the roll of dimes? What's it? Roll of dimes for $5?
You know what? Let's try a bunch of different things. All right, Joel, I'm going to put you in charge of putting the coins into. Wait, start off with the dime, then go nickel, then go quarter. Let's work our way out. Wow! Oh my God! Wow! It's another blood moon, everybody.
Should I be horizontal or is it gonna fall out?
Wow! Some lady just brought up a hog. Actual legitimate pop. Can we please get some dime pumping music for this? Do we have any plates in now? And you are a legend. I don't know what is going on right now, but I sort of love it. This is how much? Who wants to guess how much coins worth of? Alright. We got 74 cents here. This one says $2. How deep is your love? This guy's just donating some money. We've actually made more money so far by asking how many coins we can fit in this belly button. We have good comedy here tonight for those of you keeping track. Over under 15. That's a good question. That's what Ben wants to know. Over under. What do you guys think? This guy says under very confidently. Looks like it is blowjob season. This is hilarious. All right, what are we starting with, Joel? One time. Jeremiah, very, very hard. All right, so we already have one dime in there. Jeremiah's putting his second dime in. It's in there, very two dimes. Hey. I'm going to shit the stage with this one. Jeremiah's putting a third dime in. Joel, how do you feel about that? Awful. Oh, no. He's going to get those stuck in there, guys. What is that, number 4, 5? 4? Oh, my God. Oh my God. Oh, dimes are never coming out, by the way. Yes. On the website, you can get a job in an arcade. I remember when this show used to be about stand-up comedy. It was shoving time. Okay, so we have 6 dimes in. That's number 7. We've still not hit level ground. This guy's still saying under. He's still saying under. That's number 8. 8 dimes. Oh my God. 8 dimes. This isn't that hard. You're going to break his ball sack. What is Jeremiah is forcing the dimes in? Oh, really? Yeah. Squirt some hand sanitizer on it. Here's some hand sanitizer. How many is that? That's 11. Over every guy's scared now. All right, now you have to take all the dimes and the blowjob girl's going to suck on them. All right. Wait. Put more in there, dude. Put more in there. Yeah. That's 11. We're going with our first vehicle, everybody.
Caspian Sea, are you there? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna. Do you have your Twitter app? Do you have your Twitter app? What I'd like you to do is go to it, and at the bottom on iOS, you're going to see your notifications. Do you see notifications? And then in the top right, you're going to see a gear. Do you have the quality filter on or off? Yeah. Do you have filter on or off? Okay, can you turn it off for a second? All right. Did you just get a notification on your thing about peeing into the Grand Canyon? Okay, if you go back to your notifications and scroll up. Okay, I'm going to do another. Okay, maybe on your quantum breakthrough thing. I did your quantum breakthrough thing. Okay, if you can go to back to the filters thing, go to your preferences, or no, just go to filters, click it. Okay, so your quality filter's off. Okay, go to muted notifications. Are they all off? Okay, shut that one off. Okay, just okay. So then, um, how about on the algorithm test? Do you see this? Do you get a notification? Did you get it? Okay, interesting. Um, okay. So when you go to notifications and all, there's nothing. Excellent. Excellent. Say, say no more. Excellent. That's perfect. Because I mean, as you see, like it's so difficult to get people's attention if you're a brand new account. I mean, obviously other things muted, but a lot of people shut that off. And if you go to my account, oh, it got suspended. Wait, did it? Yeah. So it's suspended, right? Fuck. Okay, thank you. Wait, no, that's okay. Thank you. Fuck.
Make some noise, nigga. All right, here we go. What is that? Number 13. Baker's dozen. Just saying no more. That's number 14. Hold this. Wait, that's 12? Go. Class and let the blow. No. Oh, James. Oh, like, up here. Kind of useful. Ben, yes, sir. How do you feel knowing that you can fit 12 dimes in your belly? Honestly, that I'm glad I signed up for a personal trainer that I started with 12. Wow. You know what? We're gonna do something we never did. We never normally give out money on the show to somebody pulled out of the bucket, but we are actually gonna let you take the dimes that were in your belly button. You can put it towards your Thank you. What's your last name? Young. Y-U-N-G. Young? Young. Yeah, that's my Twitter. Very good. That was the first guy's name. That was, oh. Together. Fun with you. Really good stuff. Likewise. Welcome to the first time ever. First time what? This is your first time ever doing stand-up? That was the first time ever doing stand-up. Wow. Dude! Fuck yeah! I love that. We've had a lot of guests on, so I gotta make sense. Years up here. How was that experience for you? Still feels like his belly button.
finger. And he put Germex on. What a great video to have, like, before he loses a bunch of weight, though, you know?
Yeah.
I got 14 pounds.
It's what it was, two nickels, right?
2 nickels.
Those are
That's like $42. That's right.
guys haven't. World days. Without the name Jake Shoal. Happening.
Her guy just stood up.
I can't imagine. Is it you? It is. Jake Schultz. Jake Schultz is the over-under guy.
So I just flew into town today, and boy, are my arms tired. All right, I got a better one. A pair of jumper cables walked into a bar, and the bartender said, "I'll let you in this time. Just don't start knocking." Damn, I'm rolling right now. Yeah. Girl joke. It's a little sexist right there. I don't have much more else. But this is my first time up here. I listened to Kill Tony like 3 times, and I decided to come tonight. And I was like, man, I'm gonna put my name in the box, and hopefully they'll call me and rag on me. And I finally got to come up and do it.
Jake Schultz, you listened to the show 3 times? Is that what you said? 3 times.
2.5.
And you're like, I'm going to throw my name in that box that they use.
That one was when Jeremiah took over.
Did Alexa write your jokes? Or like,
Yeah, they did.
I mean, you know that the arms tired thing is the oldest joke ever, right?
Exactly, that's what I went for.
No, dude, you freaking wrote that. You just waited. You're like Paul Anka. You write songs for other people, and then in the end, you're like, I wrote that shit. I'm gonna do it. That's a deep music reference joke for you Paul Anka fans in the audience. That one.
I didn't have any jokes to go, so
Jake,
I had
so
to
you
go.
didn't know. We know. Absolutely, we get it. We watched. You listened to the show a few times. You, like everybody else, thought, "Oh, I could do that super easily," to the point to where I don't even need to try. In fact, you know what? Not only am I not going to try, I'm going to go the opposite route. I'm going to do one of the oldest jokes that I could possibly find. And imagine, start off with that, maybe throw them off, maybe make them wonder am I being creative? But maybe sometimes taking a horrible risk is the best risk to take. And you did that here tonight. You took a horrible.
I didn't know anything.
We know you don't know anything. You don't need to say that anymore, I promise. It's all going to be okay. No, we know. You had it right the first time.
Mama always said I could be a comedian. I finally found the person who writes first on all the YouTube comments. You know,
It's him. I'm sure I've seen a lot of your amazing work on there. I've been called a gay bitch many a times. So Jake, let's try to start over again, because I'm sure you're a nice guy. I'm sure you have good intentions. I'm sure maybe since you've only listened to 3 episodes of the show, one of them being the one Jeremiah hosted, which is like not even an episode of the show to me. You know what I mean? So you listened to 2 1/4 episodes of the show, and
it's one of the highest rated episodes. I don't know what you're talking about.
one of the funniest episodes of Kill Tony.
I can't wait for Kill Pat.
Am I right, guys? I'll fucking Kill Pat's gonna be murdering everyone.
I'm suiciding myself.
So let me get back to this Jake situation, because I'm sure you're a nice guy. So let's find out a little bit about the actual you, shall we? If I ask you some questions, we answer them honestly and not try to be funny?
Sure.
What's your living situation? You live by yourself?
I live in an apartment by myself.
You live in an apartment by yourself. How old are you?
27.
How long have you lived by yourself?
2 years.
Where'd you live before that?
Dad's house.
What do you do for work?
Clean pools.
How long have you been doing that?
5 years.
Wow. Jeremiah
Best in
Watkins.
the business. Yeah, I'm curious. What do you dress up for Halloween as? Since the rest of the days of the year you dress up as hipster Luigi. The last thing I dressed up for is Cheech. Big stretch.
Did you have it?
That was a few years ago.
So
Like, I don't have anything in my house. Okay.
you clean pools during the winter time too?
Yes.
Have you ever had sex with a client? Like, have you ever been the pool guy, suck some guy off?
No, I've had some women hit on me, but I only know one pool guy who's actually had sex with us.
And he's a legend.
This doesn't happen as much as you would like to think.
It doesn't.
No, at least not for me.
Huh. Wow. All right. So you've been cleaning pools for 5 years. How do you? And I'm not trying to be insulting here, but like, how do you sort of have your own place? Is that a normal thing to be able to live by yourself and have an apartment and like sustain a life off of just being a pool
No, I
cleaner?
used to work at a big company, so basically.
Oh, really? What was that? What was that company?
Nintendo?
Garrett Head Pool Service.
Wait, what?
Garrett Head Pool Service.
Oh, you worked for another pool cleaning company.
I feel like you put chlorine as a drug.
No. I just do a lot of weed as a drug.
So, I mean, this is a little bit of a personal question. I don't normally ask people about their jobs, but what do you net as a pool boy?
Like 45.
Other than grass and bugs and shit, you know? All right.
Again, not really hard.
Anyway, so what's the most exciting thing that's ever happened to you when you're out there on the job?
About that. But,
Do you find like dead animals in there all the time? You have this,
yeah, a few times. Not all the time, but it does
what's the weirdest dead animal you've ever found in pools?
like a possum or something, like a big possum.
Is it true that there's
Are you sure it was dead, or was it just like awesome?
I don't
Is it true there's no such thing as a chemical that when you pee it turns color? That's all like urban legend.
That's not true.
Hey, you're funny. You're funny. You have a funny like sensibility and a funny personality. And I think the people on Platoni Houston have been really funny so far compared to LA Platoni, where everyone's like, I'm trying to be something. Yeah, it's like you get more authentic people, and they're just funnier. Yeah.
No, I agree with that. I was just talking with Red Band about that earlier. About how these are always fun, very authentic people. Even this guy, who's like originally was when we first met him, at least to me, it was like completely unlikable, right?
I liked him right out of the gate. I liked him right
The way
away.
my arms tired, like I've heard Mel Brooks do that show. Like I know for a fact.
Yeah, but it's funny. He doesn't know what's going on, so he's just like, I like the show. I don't know. I like comedy. I'll come up. I'll just.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that at the beginning I didn't like him, but now we're finding out more about him.
listening. It's just been recent since
Like if you came out and you said I've been a pool boy for the last 5 years, you're already just set up.
Yeah, man.
For
I'm
rolling.
rolling.
I mean,
I'm rolling.
you could just scrape right from the top,
rolling.
or you could go deep. You know what I mean? You have the whole wide world of pool cleaning jokes.
I've been a pool boy for 5 years, so I got a doctorate in menopause.
I'm not that smart. I don't get that one.
How do you?
I mean, how much longer do you think you're going to extend your career for?
I don't know, man. Their pay keeps going up, and it's just nice not to have a real stressful job.
Are you one of the people that truly do believe that money grows on trees? Since that's how you make most of your money is cleaning leaves out of pools.
Well, I guess kind of.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Now that you put it that way. What was
Never
it?
mind. Nothing. I was gonna say it's interesting because with comedy you just dove right in, you know.
Head first. But Jake, this is your first time ever performing anything, right?
Yeah, I'm not ever comfortable on stage.
What else have you ever done on stage? You ever sing karaoke before?
A couple of times.
Like what? What were you saying?
I have no idea.
You don't know what you sang.
It was so long ago. I have no idea.
You look like you sing.
Alright. Shake Schultz, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Put your hands together for Matt Meckelhole. There he is.
What's up, guys? I'm Matt McElroy, and I walked into a sex shop the other day. I walked into a sex shop, and the lady behind the counter said, "Oh, hey, Matt." And I said, "How the fuck do you know my name?" She said, "Because it's on your credit card, and you come in here all the time." So I went home and killed myself. It's a true story. I went in there for dick pills, for addiction. Step one, get red man on your side. I went in there for dick pills. I've been trying to keep that addiction for a few months, but it's just so hard. You know? I was having sex with this girl the other day. She had a Bible verse on her back. And that's awkward, right? But I'll tell you, man, that Bible verse gave me the strength to last forever. Because I'm an atheist. Usually when you're in Texas, when you don't get your sets going well, you go to military material. I'll say that. Never mind, I won't.
All right. You say you were in the military?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Clear your hands over with this guy. Fighting.
I feel so happy now.
While that kid's out there cleaning pools, this guy's fighting for our goddamn freedom. What branch of the service were you in?
I was in the Army.
Wow. Did you go anywhere?
Afghanistan and South Korea. I don't think South Korea counts, so I was just having fun.
Yeah, what kind of fun were you having in South Korea?
I did like 20 sets there, man, and like, I don't know, I got drunk all the time. That's the big thing to do there. So.
And you did sets of comedy there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mostly nap jokes.
I heard of North Korean bombing, but I didn't know it extended to the South. Hey, what do you think of South Korean audiences? Did they have soul?
That's my boy Kill Pat right there.
Did they have soul? I want to know.
they did have soul. They had a lot of soul.
What are some differences between South Korea and America that you noticed and enjoyed?
Personal space, that's a big one.
Tighter vaginas.
I don't want to go into a bit, but they have like a serious. I mean, I'm gonna sound racist, but they don't have a box like we do. Like one time, I went to a soccer game, and they.
Welcome. How are you? Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I can't hear you. I have a lot of different discords going. How are you today? Hello. Well, you look great. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. I am essentially a real-life Truman Show. Miss Aquarius, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? No. Okay. Well, it's a story. It stars Jim Carrey. It's from the 1990s. It's a story of a man whose entire life is videotaped. And the only difference is we have my consent to do this. I'm live right now on 16 different YouTube streams. And I do it because I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. and I really think that people will be able to study humans very well with all this data. So I'm happy that you're here. If I may ask, Miss Aquarius, from what Discord did you join me? Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah, actually, I'm in a bunch of them. So, excellent. Well, apologies, I did not hear you. You absolutely no, absolutely, you can. I'm glad that you're here. So we're just watching some Kill Tony, which is stand-up comedy. But glad that you saw that I was streaming. If I may ask, Miss Aquarius, do you stream or are you just a spectator? Do you stream? Are you a streamer? Do you have like a YouTube? Absolutely. Well, you met the right person. I can teach you everything that you need to know about live streaming. So, if you want to do it, I mean, I don't expect you to do it now, but I can teach you how to get a YouTube. I can teach you how to do a YouTube account, a Kick account, a Rumble account, and a Twitch account. Those are the big four that you'd want to use. And you can do them all at once with certain free software. Everything I do is free. So basically, you can multi stream. And when you go do your thing, you can get four times the audience that you normally would. Well, that's okay. You can also do TikTok and Instagram if you want as well. So you can kind of combine all of your audiences. But to be honest with you, you're a girl, so that's going to give you a huge advantage in the streaming world. And if you're entertaining, that's going to be even more of an advantage to you. Do you have any hobbies that you do? Do you like to game or do you like sports or anything? Excellent. Well, those are all basically things that you can do while live streaming as well. What's your favorite Olympic sports? What are your favorite Olympic sports? Okay, perfect. Well, those are all very interesting sports. I just am checking because I make sure everybody's an adult. Miss Aquarius, are you at least 18 years old? Are you at least 18 years old? Excellent, excellent. Well, then that's a high compliment because I don't know how old you are. Okay, that's great. So you're 42 years old. I'm 39. So we are similar. Absolutely. Okay, so I live stream all the time, so I'm always in here, and I'm also, in Socialize and a bunch of other streams as well. I basically create this as a central hub. It's like a portal of people to be able to view my life whenever they want, and I do my best to talk about things that I don't think are talked about enough in society, like I said, ending world hunger, but also things like life extension technology. So things to make it so that like you and me can live longer. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics. And I know you may be saying, "Well, Rabbi, that's all really great, but I'm a normal person. I don't have money for any of that." And I get that. But just know that data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than anybody ever. And it's on my stream right now that I'm telling you, Miss Aquarius, we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of your friends. We're going to take care of your family. I also talk about things that are interesting to some people. So this is all with your consent. Everything I talk about is with your consent. So if you want to die at age 80, you're going to be able to die at age 80, whenever you want to die. But if you've got a good life going and we've been able to give you a lot of money and you've been able to help a lot of people and you don't want to die, there's an opportunity perhaps, if you want, again, with your consent, to be able to extend your life and then perhaps even use something called mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm saying to you is that there may, in the future, be an opportunity at digital immortality, which is a really cool idea. So, excellent. So, what are your hobbies, Miss Aquarius? What do you like to do? You said, I know you said dance, go out with friends, watch movies. That's what. Okay, excellent. You like to take care of your grandpa with your auntie? Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. So if you want, I mean, I'm the right person if you want to start live streaming to go to. I'll tell you all the best ways to do it. But if you should know what we're doing right now is you're just watching stand-up comedy. Do you like comedy? Okay, excellent. Well, I'm always looking for new friends, so I'm going to send you a friend request in Discord just one moment, and I'll do so. And you should know that if you ever want a if you ever want to talk, I'm always here. Basically, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I'm online 24 hours a day, and I have been for more than 3.5 years. So you can actually go back every single moment of every single day, essentially back to the pandemic, and see everything that I've done. And I plan on doing this hopefully for the rest of my life. So I want you to know I'm glad to have made your acquaintance. If you need anything, I'm here. And in the meantime, we're just going to be watching some stand-up comedy. Um, the what we're going to be watching is something called Kill Tony. It's sometimes offensive comedy. There are really no rules on it. The only thing that they do is they have essentially amateur comedians who have 60 seconds to make a panel of professional comedians laugh. And then they talk to them about their lives and all kinds of good things. It's the number one live podcast in the world. So every Monday, essentially for the past 12 years or so, they have aired. It currently airs from Austin, Texas at Joe Rogan's Comedy Club, the Comedy Mothership. And I'm going to warn you, sometimes the comedy can be offensive, but I'm warning you beforehand. Sometimes it's not funny, but sometimes they get a good one in and it's quite funny. So feel free to enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay. Excellent. Pleasure to meet you.
And they took away my wife at the time. They took away her bottle caps, and I had a frisbee in my satchel, and they were like, "Yeah, go ahead, take that frisbee in there." Because their rule is like take away bottle caps so they can't throw them on the field. I had a pack of batteries. They didn't. It's in the code room, but I could chuck that way farther than a bottle cap. You know.
Yeah, you do think outside the batter's box.
That story was more confusing than the movie Inception. So what do you do now? I just use the GI Bill to go to college. I get housing paychecks. Oh, that's cool. What are you studying in college? I'm going to do marketing. Nice. And where are you going to school at? Community college in Dallas. By the way, fuck you people.
Listeners, there is a race riot in the audience right now.
Yeah, it's two craziest races, Houston versus Dallas. When those two races go at it, normally it's a NASCAR race that people do. So, what else? You're from Texas?
Born and raised?
Yep.
On the playground is where you spent most of your days?
Most of my days, yeah.
What else do you do for fun?
I shoot b-ball out back.
Yeah, but seriously, what else do you do for fun? Like
I play pool. I go to bars. I play video games.
Swimming pools.
That's true.
All right. You know what? I'm going to tell you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 months.
4 months. And you listen to Keltoni sometimes? You just heard there was a show you could do 60 seconds on?
No, since Iron Patriot.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. That's a loyal listener there. Well, you might want to watch Laughing at Your Own Jokes a bit. You sort of do this thing where on every punchline you're like,
All right.
It's like either they're gonna be with you or they're not. Like you don't need to be like now you see me laughing, you do I mean it's working for me now because I'm making fun of you, but don't do it.
I got you.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dismiss you and I'm gonna get one more person up here, right? Fly through it. 4 months in, dude, you're doing it. You're doing it, man. If you wanna do it, you can fucking keep doing it. Have fun. You might as well. Talk about being in the fucking military in South Korea and shit. What did he talk about up here? What were his jokes about? I don't even remember. What was it?
He's addicted to boner pills.
Oh, I like that one, yeah.
Yeah, dude, him being hard. Nice.
Fuck yeah.
I bet
You guys ready for this? One last name. That's all we can get through. We have a hard hour. Because we have to do a stand-up show at 9 p.m. here in this room. This looks interesting. Put your hands together for your final comedian of the night, Enrique Chacon. Here we go.
Yo, how y'all doing? Cracking. Hey, Sean, hold me up here finally. This is my second show. I was at the schoolhouse today, and I saw 4 cops. They were mad black, just mugging. And I was like, all right, cool, man. I'll just walk over here this way. All right, man. They're not looking at me. They're probably traffic or whatever. I don't give a shit. So I go into school, and then I see another mad black cop, and I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? And he's like, get the fuck down. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck am I doing? He's like, there's an active shooter. And I'm like, oh shit, there's an active shooter in the fucking building that fuck this. And I'm telling my friend Susan, I'm telling this bitch, get the fuck down, Susan. Get the fuck down. Shut the fuck up, bitch. So man, hold up, God today. I'm still fucking high school. I want to get a college degree, bitch. All right. And then I got up and I was like, fuck. Active shooter's not even here, man. I'm just fucking, I got my fucking cortisone going. Had a bad day. Shit. Give me a fucking Starbucks coffee cup now. Fuck. What else? Wow. Enrique Chacon. Holy shit. How old are you? 21. You're 21 and this is your second time ever on stage? First time on stage right now.
Are you fucking serious?
First time, yeah.
Enrique, I have good news for you.
Thank you.
You're freakishly hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever laughed that hard during an actual set, just at the comedian without anything else distracting you. Your method and commitment to whatever that was, I don't even know what you were talking about, but it was so unbelievable and unorthodox. You were hiding behind shit. You that are just listening to the podcast, Enrique is 21 and looks like a 10-year-old lesbian. All right. He has braces, a baby face, but somewhat of a professional, almost like Fareed Zakaria, look to him in some weird way. It seems like he has his wits about him.
You know what his act's like? It was like we were playing G.I. Joe together as a kid.
Enrique, you're a badass motherfucker. You got the rubber bands on the braces and everything. You are a rock star, sir. Do you know that? You get a lot of pussy. You get a lot of pussy, Enrique.
You bitch!
I get it. You are my new favorite human in the world. You can take this to the bank with you. Tony. You can put me. I'll co-sign shit for you if you want. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremiah.
Tony, he sounds like he learned English through DMX Rosetta Stone. And then I did it. And then I did that. And then, how could you think that? I was like, stop.
Enrique, what did you just yell at that guy that told you don't get a lot of pussy? What did you yell at him?
I said, you a bitch. I feel like DMX right now.
So Enrique, so do you get a lot of pussy?
I do. Well, right now my girlfriend broke up with me, but I don't give a shit.
Talk into the mic, Enrique.
Why does he break up with you?
Shit. It's just, I don't know. Bitches be unfaithful. What you want me to tell you, man? I can't look at bitches. Bitches be unfaithful, bro.
She broke up with you on Facebook?
No. If someone is in this audience, please take a picture of this man and meme it immediately.
Yeah.
Bitches be unfaithful.
Come on, dude. Take a picture.
Enrique Chacon. That is your real name.
Enrique Francisco Chacon Herrera.
Okay. Wow.
I just fucking said it. It's a sentence.
Hold on. What happened to that voice that you just did?
That's when I speak Spanish. Better that way.
Jesus Christ.
Latinos out here are so much different than the West Coast Latinos. Like, they're totally way better out here. Wow, okay. Either have a point. Either way, in my book, I consider them visitors. Oh, hey.
Guys, relax. I don't want to build any walls in between the people on this show.
Oh, they want to kick us out, but
I mean, we call them streamers, you know.
oh, streamers.
Enrique, I want to know more about you. Can you tell us like some fun facts about you? You do anything fun? Like you know how to skydive or anything like that?
Well, I don't know about age. I don't want my balls touched. I don't feel like getting my balls touched. I don't want to play this game right now.
Here we go. Welcome to another episode of Are You TikTok? It's alright. So tell us some more fun facts about Enrique. Your secretly tall wall. What else about you?
I was born in the jungles of El Salvador.
Is that true?
Yeah, I was born.
Wow. Were you just originally just a little baby drug mule or something like
I
that?
was like Tarzan. I was Tarzan with tacos. You know what I mean?
If someone is in this audience, please take a picture and meme that target.
There is one thing though. I've said this, you've heard this all before on this show. It happens all the time. I've said it on episode 11 when I had a young lady on as a guest named Tiffany Haddish. I said it many a time throughout this show and throughout its history, and I'm always 100% right. But I'll tell you this, Enrique, I guarantee you that if you just don't change anything, keep figuring out, keep doing shit, and you commit the same way forever, you will bury people forever in this. You are a star.
Also, you have to commit to a life wearing braces.
Yeah. Don't take out the braces. Don't lose the braces.
I just got it close up. It's going to be a while.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't have it here. He's the first time on the stage ever. You are making this thing history. You are in the room with Enrique Chacon making his debut on Kill Tony. And that is Kill Tony live from Houston, Texas, just like that. Enrique, Derek, Saheed, Victor, and DJ Vasquez. We have a lot of fun stuff coming up. I'm touring all around the world.
Hey guys, if you're on the second show, we have to have everyone leave and then come back in.
No matter what, whether you have tickets or not, you have to go out there if you're coming back in for the second show, in which everybody does stand up. I close it out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. fun. So thank you so much, live audience. Jeremiah Watkins, this is a podcast. Live, listen to you around the world. So why don't you tell people where they can find you?
Follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up and check out my new podcast, Jeremiah Wonders, on SoundCloud, Stitcher, Google Play, iTunes, all that stuff. The budget was a little out of control for this show, so we're gonna be for donations. I got some T-shirts, CDs, stickers, different desk squad stuff that you guys can donate to help us with our trip out here because we love Houston. We want to make this happen, even though we didn't have the money for it.
Patty Reagan, the family here.
Just keep Boston weird, man.
Yeah, keep Boston weird. Shoulder minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, people.
Damn, thanks for the love, Houston. I love you back. Thank you for coming.
Fuck yeah. Shows, stand-up show right after this. Dallas tomorrow and the next night, 2 shows. Boise, Idaho, Sacramento, California, Salt Lake City, Phoenix, a bunch of fun stuff coming up. TonyHitchcock.com.
Love you, Houston.
Houston, we love you. Thank you. Good night.
Dallas, Texas, at Hyena's Comedy Nightclub for a brand new episode of Joe Tony, coming for Tony Hinchcliffe. Hello! Good evening! Welcome! That's what I like to see. Some goddamn excitement. Dallas, Texas, Kill Tony. Here we are again. How the fuck is everybody doing tonight? Brian Redband is here. What's up, Dallas?
Ryan J. Bell tonight. This is just us. One big fucking live show. We've done this before. We had so much fun. We're so excited to be back with you. Let's have some fucking fun tonight. Butch, are you out there? Can Butch hear me? Somebody grab the bucket from that front stoop. Just a fucking crazy bucket. That thing is overflowing with hopes and wishes and destiny. I met a guy outside just now when I was smoking a cigarette. Told me he's been on Oxycontin right now and for 6 years.
I thought he was fucking with us, but he really is on Oxycontin.
Looks like a fucking business guy. Looks like one of Donald Trump's sons just hanging out. So he's like, yeah, totally on Oxycontin right now. But it mellows me out. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? It's real. I love it. Dallas is turned up on a 6 p.m. Saturday show. I can feel it in the air. It's the sweet, sweet feeling of impending doom. Where's my vase of names at, damn it? Here we go. I see it. It's coming. Let's have some fun, shall we? This is not streaming live. This is
You're just in Houston 2 days ago and did the exact same thing there.
There we go. Thank you very much, little baby Conor McGregor with leukemia. Thank you. Keep going for that guy, saving the day. We got our bucket of names. Should we bring out tonight's guests?
Yeah.
Tonight's guests are a very special treat for you. How many of you have listened to the podcast before? Of course. Then you know these guys. Ladies and gentlemen, in lieu of having an actual guest, we decided to do the coolest thing possible, which is bring our funniest friends who you know from the show. It's the best damn band in the land. It's the real Kill Tony Band. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Here they are. There's Wilbur, Joel Jimenez, your drummer, saxophone, Jeremiah Watkins, and the leader of the band. On guitar, Pat Reagan, ladies and gentlemen. In the flesh, they commit to characters every single episode, and I have no idea what your characters are tonight.
Wow, look at those shirts, though.
We're the Kill Tony Band. That's good enough.
Wow! I've never thought of this before. You guys are just playing the band. You're yourselves, Jeremiah Watkins, Pat Reagan, and Joel Jimenez. I'm excited about this. Joel, you got a mic?
I'll step up.
Oh, okay. All right. So Joelberg's gonna step up when he has something, and we're gonna have a fucking shit. It's gonna be fun.
There's gonna be a lot of stepping going on, I bet. Joelberg.
Jesus. Anyway, so Jeremiah, how you doing tonight? You excited?
I'm excited to be in Dallas. What's up, Dallas? You guys doing good? I'm excited that there's a guy on Oxycontin that might hit me. Texas just stirs up the best.
Not only that. Let me also tell you guys this. This is true. Is I was stepping out for a moment and I was cutting up names. I was cutting up the pieces of paper before the doors opened. 10 minutes before doors opened. The guy at the front desk got a phone. He was on the phone, and I know this because I was trying to sort of get his attention because I needed scissors. So I'm sort of waiting while he's taking the phone call from a customer. And I hear him go, "Sir, I don't really know. To be honest with you, I've never been asked that question before." And I'm turning my head sort of like a dog when they hear a weird noise, right? And he goes, "Let me ask my boss." And the guy goes, "Are we allowed to have customers come in and carry guns with them?" This guy on the phone wants to know. And I'm just standing there. I go, "Not for my fucking shows, we don't. What the fuck are we doing? What are we talking about here? Harry at a show called Kill Tony? Let's not. There's shootings at churches. I know for a fact there'd be one in this room tonight." So that's a gun from the... There you go. All right. You guys, yeah, I want to give a shout out to Eric, who brought a guitar amp tonight for me to use. Yeah, Eric, shout out to you. Thank you, Eric. Oh, yeah. Out there. Joel, who'd you get your drums from? Somebody donated drums last night. Michael Daniels, thank you. Michael Daniels. A lot of great people contributed to the band being here tonight. Spirit Airlines, if anyone works for Spirit, thank you. We were able to get the band here. Yeah. If you don't have herpes yet, go Spirit. I have a crazy deep vase full of names of people that signed up for the opportunity to come up on this stage or perform 60 seconds of stand-up or really whatever. Maybe they tell a story, maybe it's anything. Anything could happen here. And they get an uninterrupted 60. You know your 60 seconds is up and you have the sound of a kitten. You can barely hear that kitten. What does that really sound like? There you go. Wrap it up then, and also we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Very good. All right. You guys ready to start this fucking thing or what? Anything can happen. On the road, the bucket of destiny is stronger. We've been talking about the philosophy of Kill Tony. Much stronger because you meet, like, more interesting people that sometimes can't or don't make the trip to LA. You know what I mean? Compelling characters out here. Yeah, a lot of first-timers. Yeah, we just had that in Houston. It was amazing. All right. You guys ready to have a crazier show than Houston, Texas? I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first person getting 60 uninterrupted seconds on this show goes by the name of Todd Birdwell. Wow, Jesus, he's beside you right there. Like it's a Cisco Fury guy that called earlier or something. Here he is, Todd Birdwell.
This is what I imagine a community college graduation feels like. Only a few people get to walk the stage. It's a motley crew of characters, and no one's exactly where they thought they were going to be. So 1 month into the year, and I've already gained 10 pounds. It's not from the winter or because of the holidays. It's from being in a relationship. Who knew pussy had calories? So this feels a lot like my first two-guy threesome. We may all feel uncomfortable, but I'm going to finish in under a minute. So I hate the term alt, alt-rock, alt-comedy, alt-right. It's lazy. I said we abandon the term alt-right and call it what it is. Racism. I don't remember calling the evangelist alt-Jews. There you go. Todd Birdwell.
How's it going, Todd?
Pretty good.
are you so nervous, do you think? Do you ever listen to the show or anything like that?
I do.
Wow, you're quite the interviewer.
No, I'm fucking not.
Why don't you tell us more
Nervous.
about that?
I've been doing stand-up 7 months, so just kind of nervous to be up here.
Glad.
Thank you.
I can't tell whether you dig graves or undig graves. Which one is it? Like, you could be the robber or the actual guy that works the shift. What do you do for work?
I'm a financial analyst.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I actually found that on ZipRecruiter.
That's like the other guy, ZipRecruiter.
Hey!
Hey!
Now you're talking.
I took my fucking vitamin C today. Yeah. ZipRecruiter.
Talk about it on your blog on Squarespace.
I do. I love it. It's so easy to access that I do it all the time. Todd, so how long have you been a financial analyst, and how bad of advice could you possibly be giving?
Well, it's like corporate planning and stuff. It's not for people.
Oh,
Just a lot of budgeting and forecasting and playing around in Excel.
right.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. You do that looking like that?
No, I'm not sure if I should look at you or look at the audience.
I look back and forth like this. I sort of like that. It's like they're talking to his asshole. So, Todd, are you doing good at it? What kind of corporations are you working for?
I don't want to say the name of the company, but yeah, it's a good job. It's a good job.
What are your hobbies? You do pro wrestling or anything like that? Something weird?
I've been playing music since I was 13. I'm a bass
Oh yeah.
player.
Oh, you're a bass player. Oh damn, the one instrument.
No bass.
How do you even do that? That did it itself. That was amazing. I think it's very fitting. Todd, are you in a relationship right now?
I am.
Yeah. How long you been with her?
4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Is it true that one joke that you said about how you eat pussy? Is that true?
Yep.
Also, tell me if his joke is true about being a lot of calories in pussy. Yeah, then that makes sense why in December I gained 30 pounds.
Tony only gained 3.5.
All right. I don't know how I can really top that, other than by perhaps acknowledging that you can't actually gain weight by eating pussy at all. I'll just go with sweet, sweet science as my comeback on this one. And let you guys know that you guys just eat like pigs. Todd, what does she do?
She's a jewelry designer and maker.
Jewelry designer maker?
Designs and makes and sells jewelry.
She believes in crystals, is what she does.
No, not so much. I mean, she went to school for it and everything.
Crystals?
No, for diamonds.
That was like a George W. Bush response. She's a jewelry designer maker. Those things with her hands, you know.
It really was.
Welcome to Texas.
Birdwell, what else are you into? What else do you do for fun?
I mean, this is pretty much it. Music.
What else? You play music with who? By yourself?
No, I was
You in a band?
I was for a
What's the name
while.
of the band?
The band that I played with for a while was called Prophets and Outlaws. They still play around.
Wait a second. Are there really some Prophets and Outlaws fans? Did you know this is the fucking bass player, dude? That's awesome.
For those of you listening to the podcast right now, she just pulled up her shirt and she has a tramp stamp of Prophets and Outlaws on her tailbone.
Wow. Man, that's exciting. Did you meet her when you were doing the band?
No, I actually stopped that a little while ago, and then
Gave up on the band?
Well, no, I quit drinking. It got in the way of touring and playing and working and all that.
Oh yeah, what was your drink of choice?
Fuck everything.
How long have you been sober?
Year and a half.
You look like you. Very good. You look like you've still been drinking. Do you know that? You're the only person I've ever seen get sober and look worse than they did when they were drinking. Joelberg?
Actually, pussy also has alcohol in it.
Joelberg is in the motherfucking house. Todd Birdwell. Well, anything else you want to say before you go? Wow, the timing on that.
This thing is like we're doing shit by itself today. I might have to get a new iPad.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Anyway,
Well, thank you.
thank you.
The worst goosebumps book ever. Brian and the mystery of the iPad.
Serious. Do you enjoy stand-up? Does that fill a lot of the void that you think you had from drinking and stuff? Because
Yeah, I
it seems
think
like you started stand-up after you quit drinking, right?
Yeah, I started a year after.
Yeah.
Are you getting like addicted to Red Bull now and like coffee? Like, are you a fine Red Bull guy?
No, I think Joey Diaz has the joke after you do a bunch of blow and Adderall, Red Bull and stuff.
Why do any of you guys like in AA that has an addictive personality? Whenever they quit drugs, they just start drinking.
What do you fill the void with?
I mean, this is it.
What's that?
All right, well, there you go. There he is, Todd Birdwell, everybody. Fun little 60 seconds. He's on Twitter at This Is Birdwell. He's right there also in the third row for those of you in the live audience. So, just goes to show you. 1 second, you're there. The next, you're here. Anything can happen. Todd Birdwell. All right, this person used a blue pen. Put your hands together for Julio Avila. Here we go. Feels like we're in Dallas. Julio Avila. Make some noise, Dallas. We did it. Sold out, motherfuckers. Julio Avila.
What's up, guys? You gotta start learning Korean in case we get invaded. Jesus Christ. Is it just me, or am I the only person who used to think that Little Kim was Korean? Bestiality. The other day, I was in the deep web trying to buy some Bitcoin, and I ran into some bestiality. 3 hours later, I was like, this isn't for me. I was like, these guys are losers. Then I realized the people who watch me are losers. I'm getting super fat, dude. Super fat. I mean, look at this double chin. I think it's just easier to grow a beard. I mean, gluten-free bread, what the hell? If gluten was free, I'd eat bread every day. I used to think I was telepathic, then I realized I was just schizophrenic. Thank you.
Julio Avila. First of all, let me tell you this. I fucking love you.
Thank you.
Now, second of all, why do you look like a corpse of Jimmy Kimmel?
I weigh 300 pounds, guys. Jesus Christ.
I think he looks more like if Joburg was a fat lesbian.
Yeah,
He's like, hi, I'm Julie.
okay. Joburg?
I'm gonna guess you didn't get this way from pussy.
Oh my God, Julio, you're taking off clothes as the interview goes on. This is interesting. We normally don't have this.
Just in case.
What kind of underwear are you wearing, Julio? What the fuck? I never asked anyone that question.
Oh, man, no. Wait, underwear.
Swamp ass. How did I say it? Was there nothing there? Was there? I got prepared. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means.
He only wears a condom, dude.
Wet butt. Julio, you're an interesting guy. What do you do for work?
I don't. I'm unemployed.
What you used to do?
I used to work for the Boy Scouts until they fired me.
Wow, you were getting turned up, huh? Fuck yeah. Those little Cub Scouts were dealing with a bear, huh? So that would have been a time for a bear sound effect, right? I went raw. Why no underwear? I mean, do you do that every day? Do you do that every day?
5 years.
5 years? So your jeans just smell like asshole. Julio, let's go back to what's really happening here. Julio, how did you get fired from the Cub Scouts? Was it because you were 34? How old are you?
27.
Okay. We're going to have to let you go. You've gotten no badges while you've been here. What is this, second month? Did you get caught doing anything?
I used to take a lot of days off.
Yeah, not wearing underwear around Cub Scouts. When your zipper's down, it's air. I wear tiny whities. What do you have, Scoutmaster? Oh my God, thank you. I've never asked in like 150 episodes. I've never asked anyone what kind of underwear they wear, and for some reason, when he took his sweater off, I had a funny feeling that he had a silly type of underwear on. Like something in my gut told me that. Come to find out, the guy hasn't even worn underwear in 5 years. It's just ingrown hairs and shit. His silly hairs. Yes, his silly underwear is just a fupa. Alright, you ready for this, Julio? It's the $1 million question. What did you do to get let go from the Cub Scouts?
I used to take a lot of days off to travel.
To hang out with other Cub Scouts.
Yeah.
What did you do? What were you doing on your days off?
I was traveling. I used to take like months off. I took a 4-month trip to Europe and South America.
Really? Where'd you go in Europe? Other than spaghetti land.
I was doing so good until I got to Italy.
That's true. What is spaghetti?
Pizza's only €1. Gelato, super delicious, guys.
Somebody do something. I can't do anything.
I'm 300 pounds and I'm a vegan.
Wait, I'm back. Wait. What? You're 300 pounds and you're vegan?
Yeah.
How long have you been vegan for? 4 years. You look like you only eat cheese. How are you vegan? You look like you eat cheese and drink it down with milk. This doesn't make any sense.
Dude, that was like somebody put smelling salts underneath Tony's nostrils. Like,
whoa.
You're vegan?
Why is it spaghetti? I feel like that may have been the funniest thing I've ever said doing comedy in over 10 years. Would you visit Europe? Spaghetti. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. So, you got fired from the Cub Scouts for traveling too much. What did you do in Europe again?
Just walked around.
No, you didn't. You're a liar. You're not a vegan and you're just walking around Europe.
No exercise.
Just walked around. Where, restaurants?
I walked around to each restaurant.
Jesus Christ. What's your love life like, Julio?
2 years.
Yeah? That's how old the kid is?
Boy Scouts.
Great, man.
Jesus Christ, man.
2 years. You guys still banging a lot? Like how many
We
times?
banged before the show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Smelly parking lot.
What you guys, wait, what? Smelly parking lot? Is that what you just said?
No.
What did you say?
Smelly parking lot.
Yeah, you definitely have the smelliest jeans ever. Okay, enough about, we gotta move past the pants. What do you mean, smelly parking lot? Is that what you're saying? Smelly parking, smell the parking lot?
Smelly parking lot. We did it in the parking lot.
Wow, in your car?
No, we got out of the car.
Wow, what kind of car do you have?
Toyota Camry, whatever. Toyota Camry.
Oh no, I was gonna say you didn't think that he could do it in the car, or like? Yeah, I'm trying to do the math.
Flexible.
No. You couldn't have sex in a Camry, Julio. Come on. So what'd you guys do? It? You did it on the, like against a wall?
Against her car.
Against her car?
It was pretty.
What kind of car does she have?
Toyota Camry.
Oh, you guys have the same car.
Yeah. You did that tonight? It's pretty cold outside. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. Yeah, that's what I always say.
Jeremiah, it's never too cold outside when you're literally built like a snowman. Julio, how long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
Fuck yeah. Well, you're a funny guy. You came on, you made fun of yourself. Yeah. Other shit happened too, so it was nice to meet you. We're gonna keep moving on. Julio Villa, ladies and gentlemen, there he is. It says Julio and Chris 1223, but it says hashtag, not an @ symbol before that. So maybe he's trying to get himself trending or something like that. Trying to mix these around and swirl them all around in the bottom of this thing. There's no real gift here.
Is that Uncle Ron's gold vase of destiny?
That is this does look like something that Paul Bear would raise up to make the Undertaker get stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an interesting name, large letters, blue ink. Put your hands together for Quentin J.
My wife and I, we've been married to each other 3 times, divorced twice. So when people ask me, what's the secret to a healthy marriage? I tell them that you and your spouse have to have a common interest. Like my wife and I, we've been part of a swingers group for about 9 years now. But we've never been able to host a party at our trailer because all I got in the living room was a small recliner and my love seat. So yesterday, I went on Craigslist, found me this real nice 5-piece wraparound couch. Couldn't fucking wait till Wednesday. Because when I get that feeling, I want sectional seating. That's right, sectional seating, baby. It's good for me. Now, my wife and I were raising 12 God-fearing children, and when you got 12 kids, picked up shit always happens. Like last Friday, got a letter from the local school saying my second oldest boy was in ISS. Whole family's in complete shock.
After 22 seconds. No, it's okay. We were late on the. We were a little bit late on the car. That's good.
Punchline is coming.
Let me. I'll do it in the parking lot. Everybody stop. Everybody relax.
Whoa.
All of you. Quentin, Brian, everybody. Quentin, let me tell you this. First of all, I fucking love you.
Thank you.
Holy shit. You are the fucking man. Nothing you said was particularly funny, but you are a delivery system for greatness.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When we figure out what the fuck you should really be talking about, you're going to be ungoddamn stoppable. Can I tell you one thing? First of all, you're a goddamn patriot.
Thank you.
That hat says, because you're facing out that way, and I can tell, there's the little connector thing where you select the size. On that, it says USA. And above that, where the little space is just above that, on the back of his head, it says USA. The back of his head, can you turn your head around and show them that real quick in the light? The back of his hat starts chants on their own. Tony, yes, Schulberg.
His hat just told me to go back to my country. Quentin's hat voted for Trump twice. Quentin, you are the shit, man. I've never had anyone just wear one outfit before. Not even, it's like it was like years ago was when we were up here not wearing underwear. Are you wearing an outfit like that? I'll be honest with you, I don't care if you're wearing underwear. You know that? Goddamn American, let that shit dangle. Red, white, and blue, the American eagle all the way. Let your funny little bald eagle dangle, my friend. Quentin, you are the man. What kind of cars do you fix?
Anything that's broke down, basically.
You are a mechanic?
No, I'm a truck driver.
Fuck yeah! We love truck drivers here. We know that and I, for a month, tried to make on our tour, we tried to make as many trucks as possible. What's your policy when you see a person in the window going like this to you? Come on, man. Oh, wait, you give us the finger?
Unless it's a kid. If it's a grown man, fuck him.
Yeah. Do you get that a lot? Do a lot of grown men try to do that?
I actually do, mostly homeless people, but from time to time, you'll have a guy in the car doing this. It's
homeless people? How are you driving on the freeway? I didn't know homeless people were sitting shotgun a lot. Who the fuck's driving these homeless people up and down the freeway? Where do you mostly drive? Like, what's your route of choice? Are you based out of here?
Yeah, out of Dallas. I'm local. I do transport.
Wait, where'd your accent go? No, that was part of the character. Really? Was it? Right when he did it. Can I see this? I'm back, everybody. Quentin J.
I can bring that shit back if you want it.
Well, so that's interesting. That how long have you been driving trucks for?
3 years.
Wow, 3 years. What were you doing before that?
Ran a body shop for my father-in-law, and I did a kids show. We traveled around doing educational shows for 5 years.
Wow, what kind of kids shows were you doing? What's up, boy and girl?
You ready to talk about America?
This is a picture of an Arab. We don't want Arab when I come through.
And today it's going to be our dartboard. Wow, what kind of games did you play with the kids?
We did educational shows on brewing and test-taking skills and
paddle on their legal age.
Kingston, the protocol, things like that in Texas, man.
Fuck yeah. Are you really like this type of character, or like you just exaggerate it? Like,
yeah, it's just a character. I'm an actor. Acting background, it's just a character.
Wow, what have you acted in?
Did a few.
I saw. You know what I did? I saw this movie. I think it's called Making a Murder. Right? So what have you acted in? What kind of commercials?
Waterburger, radio
pictures. Like, you see a Waterburger?
Yeah.
Hey, you see a Waterburger. What kind of Waterburger commercial were you in?
No, all this shit was like late 90s, early 2000s, so it's a while back.
Wow.
I gave it all up for truck driving.
What? Really?
Yeah. It's a real dream. When you do a lot of meth, it comes naturally, so just had to go with the flow.
Wow. You ever hook up with what they call a lot lizard?
Once or twice.
Once or twice, because it gets lonely out there.
Still have the gonorrhea, so.
I see what you did there. Did you really catch anything, or what was that really like?
No, I was just fucking around with it.
You've never done it?
No.
Have you ever met one?
No, I don't hang out in truck stops because I'm just daily around town. Sublime, play it, bro.
Are you married?
Yes.
I contracted gonorrhea. I got swollen in my bones. I had $1 million I didn't. Infected on, I feel the burn, feel the burn, feel the burn.
Quentin, we're going to keep moving along. It was nice to meet you. Very, very fun stuff. Quentin J, ladies and gentlemen. The characters were fun, but I thought that's who he really was. I
I would have been so much more excited had he been like a real hillbilly. Turns out the guy's like a business accountant, but just so happens to drive trucks. Quentin J. One more time for Quentin, everybody. He's like Larry the Sirius satellite radio guy. Alright, this one was wrapped tight like a skull. Your hands are gonna for Ben Malone. Wow, listen to that cough in the corner. I think Ben Malone. Wow, he's taking the fire. Here he comes.
So I've got 60 seconds to get some laughs. Can I phone a friend? Oh. I started doing stand-up to take advantage of my severe case of ADD. It's really ADHD, but I call it ADD for short. When I was little, I was so hyper, I gave myself shaken baby syndrome. And stuff my parents did didn't make it any better. Like when I was 6, I still went to bed. So they got me an electric blanket. It's really tough now to know anything. I actually went to college. I think it was a waste of time because I studied genealogy for 4 years, but I still can't grant wishes.
Yeah, Ben Malone. What's up, Ben?
What's up?
Are you always this nervous?
Oh, probably more so right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get some paper towels from one of the waitresses?
Yeah.
We need to. Why? What's going on? He's sweating? Sweating.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Look at his hands.
Oh,
Tony, I know why he's sweating.
oh, shit. Oh, good thing you don't have a black light up here. Okay. Oh, all right.
Wow. A lot of racist shit going on in Texas. Yes. I know why he's sweating. Yeah? My name's Chris Hansen. This is To Catch a Predator. He's there. Would you like some sweet lemonade? All right. Just right. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you. There you go. Just for you. It's affecting Brian. And Brian only. Ben, how long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 9 years now.
9 years? Wow. Have you always looked like an assistant basketball coach?
That's what I was going for. Yeah. I watch a lot of Planet Earth, and he looks like a baby turtle.
Ben, what do you really do for work?
For work right now, I actually am a direct care worker. I'm a direct care worker with juveniles at a psychiatric residential facility.
What?
Yeah.
I feel like you should be in that facility.
I know. Thanks for wanting to know what, I guess. Oh, no.
What do you normally stand like if there's not a microphone in front of you?
Like this.
You just always move your hands.
Yeah, I talk with my hands a lot.
And we got like
having shots. I got this. I know how it's like.
All right. Jesus Christ. Now it's just back to soaking wet hands all over electrical shit. Yeah, you're gonna get electrocuted, Ben.
I know, right?
Can we get Ben some cotton gloves, please?
Alright.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Let's not make it about the napkins. It really doesn't translate to the podcast. So, Ben, what's your real life like?
You mean what I do for fun?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. When I'm not working, I like the outdoors. Like, I like to go running and play basketball. Wait, oh, shit. Oh, yeah. That's pretty much, nothing really. Yeah, pretty much. You asked what I do for fun? Oh, yeah, I know. I taxidermy humans.
So you run and you play basketball? Where do you play basketball at? Oh, you're dribbling right now. I find it hard to believe You play basketball?
Yeah, at the park or the gym.
Really?
He's a power bottom forward.
You play basketball with other people?
Yeah. Yeah, I did this past year too. Yeah. I was on a team. I wasn't I didn't start or anything. I didn't really. I was always
at the bench in the gym game of basketball?
Yeah, I sat on the bench. I rode the bench. Yeah.
I was keeping and you never forget that. You sat out. You know what? You could just go to a different gym, dude. Seems like they already have their teams figured out.
By the way, janitor does not count as playing.
Just picture people that really want to play basketball. And they're picking teams and poor Ben's just standing there not getting picked. Yo, man, nobody want wet hands Malone on their team. I ain't picking on wet hands Johnson. Fuck that guy, ball always slipping right out of his goddamn hands. I was all sweaty and nervous. And do your wet hands, do you find them to be an advantage in the bedroom with the ladies?
Yeah. Natural lube. I don't even buy K-Line. They slide right into the woman's mouth. She had a page. I can't help it.
So you're like a conductor with cerebral palsy.
He looks like he was a doll that just got animated that's learning to use his hands for the first time.
Yeah, he's like he still has the strings on him. We're just pulling him from up. He looks like if Billy Corgan went to Afghanistan. Yeah. Then you have a girlfriend?
I do not.
No. When's the last time you were when's the last time you were
a live one? A live one. Oh, yeah. You mean like on a date or? A date rape. A date rape. Yeah, been a few years, I guess.
A few years.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
You're doing your conducting.
Yeah. That's when I keep the water spraying everywhere. It's got in my mouth.
Very salty. A few years ago, what did you take her? What did you go on this date?
Okay. The last date I went on, it wasn't really.
Can we get some orchestra music for the conducting that he's doing with his hands right now? This is incredible. Every time he tells a story,
it wasn't really.
Every time he gets real nervous or something, it's good.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this.
No, don't. Let it out. Be your real self. It's not a bad thing.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't know. The last date I went on, I thought it was a date, but really it was just like, I just wanted someone to pay $45 for me to see him play, and so I had a place to text, about who I really want to go out with later, That's what he did to me, It's very good music, by the way. I don't know. It's not really sad enough, but okay.
Sounds like you really got your dick wet, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, Ben. Well, we're going to keep flying through it here. You're fucking awesome. Thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, thanks for
He's on Twitter at Real Ben Malone. Fuck yeah. Jeremiah just gave him a real fist bump. Definitely not going for the handshake on that one, huh? Wow, well, there's a lot of Ben Malone fans out there. There's one very sweaty corner of people over there.
Tony, I wanted to ask if it was hard to tie women to train tracks with those wet hands.
Probably is hard, Joel. It probably is hard. I pulled another name out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes to Josh Ogle. Wow, it's like some crazy Price Right corner. Here we go.
ladies and gentlemen. So I know I'm standing up here looking like McDonald's had a geek squad, but I'm actually a licensed attorney in Arkansas, which just means I can read. It's okay. But I'm actually a bankruptcy attorney, so it's the first face you see after your dream's done. I'm real sorry about that. I was talking to this girl one time, and she was like, I went to 4 years of art school, and the only thing I learned was that I didn't want to be an artist. I could totally relate to that, because I went to 3 years of law school, and the only thing I learned is no one wants me to be their lawyer. It was true, though. Like, I had a really hard time finding a law job, but I finally found somebody that would practice law for it. We were all looking at it.
Welcome.
That's right. I decided I was going to draft Will.
How are you? Absolutely. Where'd you learn about me, Thomas? Oh, very cool. Yeah. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I'm glad that you're here. Well, absolutely. Well, welcome. I stream my life 24/7. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm currently live on 16 different YouTube streams. Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey, Thomas? It is. So essentially, the only difference is we have my consent to do this, but I've created the world's largest time capsule or the world's largest um, uh, timeline of human existence. So it goes back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And as you can tell, I stream my life in a lot of different discords and just basically do my best. I'm glad that that's right. Absolutely. No, I am at Max Friends, but I every so often remove some of the bots that perhaps have become my friends. So I will. Oh, let's see here. We have a pending one. So let me see. I sent it to you, or you sent it to me. Um, do you know? Have I sent you a friend request, or did you send it to me? I got it. Yep. 100%. If you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. That's what I'm. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Not rigatoni. It is the world's largest live podcast. It airs every Monday from Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. It has for it's been airing every Monday for 12 years. It's about essentially a show where people have 60 seconds to make a panel of people laugh. Do you like stand-up comedy? Hilarious. Okay, well, they're excellent comedians, and yeah, feel free to watch. We're just watching it as I set up robots on different platforms, basically. So I'm glad that we got connected. If you ever need me, I'm here, and whatever you need, I'm here to help you. Okay? What's that? Okay. Oh yeah, I'm the king. Absolutely, I'm live on 33 different platforms right now, big dog. Yeah, so I'm live on from YouTube to Twitch to Rumble to even ones that are like people don't know about on um, like in Asia, like Billy and Africa TV, and you know on a bunch of them. I read Torah, so and right, so yeah, so yesterday we read the book of Esther in both Hebrew and Yiddish, and but yeah, I mean, if you're looking for your traditional spiritual rabbi, or perhaps a rabbi who is someone who focuses on halacha, Jewish law, I mean, I can answer your questions, but really, I'm about futurism. So I'm about like technology. That's where I feel I can do the most amount of good for the world. So I talk about things like life extension technology, things like perhaps like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells. Okay, we can certainly listen to it. It's no. I listen to ebooks using text aloud, um, text to speech readers. So basically takes the words and reads them aloud. So I will play it on the stream when I have an opportunity. Um, other things that we talk. Oh, you're good. I'm basically everywhere. So yeah, I just really do my best to maintain positivity to the world, give people an optimistic outlook, and most of all, just give people hope. that there. Excellent. In fact, when I go viral, I want to give you money. Data, according to the Economist magazine, is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. So I really, no way. Please tell them about me. Excellent. Oh, that's what I need. That's what I need, my friend. Um, are you? Oh, absolutely, 100%. And tell them that I will help them and all of their friends and family. Literally, I have from like 16 different angles. Here, I'll even send it to you just so you can see all the different angles that I have. And it's really mind blowing when you see, like, you're going to be like, oh, I've never seen a streamer with so much content as you have. Um, so if you would, I'm sending. Absolutely. Thank you. So if you check our DMs. I just sent you my YouTube link, and you'll be like, oh wow, he's got so many live streams. You'll be like, how do you have so many accounts? I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000. I have more data than any person ever. And when people find out about this, they're going to see that I am essentially a gold mine of data. That you can literally go back every moment of my life for the last 3.5 years and see exactly what I was doing on this journey. This is essentially the most beautiful journey of any person in global history because they've been able to record it. I'm going to go from essentially a no one to perhaps the most famous person on earth when people start to know about this. Oh, you have 100%, 100 all the time you need. Absolutely, I'm all about it. Thank you so much, Thomas. It's a pleasure to meet you. And as they say in movies, this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Excellent. Well, we'll see you soon. Peace. That's how it's done.
When I went down to the courthouse to file it, you rejected it. That was really hard for me to take as a young attorney. But apparently, law school is a fine line they don't teach you between what constitutes a will and what constitutes a suicide note. Thank you guys. Josh Logo. Hi, Josh. Hi, Jeremy. How's it going? Swell. I didn't know I was going to call ever. I bet. You must be really excited to be up here since you're Harvey Weinstein. That's not been proven in a court of law. Wow. You're really what is that? How dare you play a saxophone right in front of me? I'm right here! I think the next part's the part that's How long have you been a lawyer for? I've been an attorney for 5 years. Wow. What kind of law do you practice? Bankruptcy. Wow. Do you specialize in food court? Gilbert? I was just going to say, you looks like you really tips the scales of justice. What kind of law? Bankruptcy. So I deal with broke people all the time.
And they never pay you.
It's a very lucrative business.
Wow, everybody you deal with is broke, even your scale.
They pay him and sack lunches.
Wow, what's the like a crazy case that you had, like something where you're just like, Jesus fucking Christ, man, what'd you do?
I mean, I see a lot of people that owe like $60,000, $70,000 in child support, and I'm like, how'd you get away with not paying for that long?
Yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah.
I don't understand how these people get away
It's
with
good
it.
to know that you're out there defending pieces of shit, Josh.
They pay the best.
Wow, they do?
Yeah,
Really?
the pieces of shit always have money.
Wow, you're a real fucking scumbag. You're just a real bottom of the barrel. There's a reason why you look like Harvey Weinstein. Like, God doesn't fuck around with that shit. He's like, I'm not gonna give this guy an awesome vessel. Fuck this guy. Fuck yeah.
Are you wearing underwear?
Jesus, really? I love it that when I ask that question, you're like, oh, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, the guy pulled down his pants and showed his dick. No, this guy's definitely, I know for a fact, this guy's definitely wearing underwear, probably boxer briefs, black, like Star Wars, like boxer briefs. Yeah, that's what I just said. Briefs are boxer briefs. Wait, were you saying you go box? You go boxers, or do you have a more tight structure? Tight, right?
Tight, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have fucking loose shit flying around down there. You can't do that. There's flaps of everything down there. There's fucking balls and pubes. There's shit that's never been touched before, ever. A lot of shit that's never been seen down there, right? The map hasn't been drawn yet. So
It's been seen, but not by me.
Robert? I was going to say he looks like no action Bronson. What do you do when you're not practicing law? How long have you been in stand-up?
Almost 4 years.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so usually stand-up.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. I have a joke about how you look like Harvey Weinstein.
No, I do have a joke about how my hair is the thinnest thing about me.
Yeah, no.
Well, actually, that's the second thing about me.
That's cute and all, but you need to have a whole thing about how you're Harvey Weinstein. Like, if I looked like you, that'd be everything I'm doing right now. I'd be like, I'm Harvey Weinstein, and I'm getting my life together. Who wants to fuck? I would do my whole act. I've been going to therapy for the sex thing. Nice tits, lady. Anyway, you can just fucking kill it. You see what it's doing right now? And I just thought of it. I just met you 40 seconds ago. All right. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or practicing law? What does a guy like you do for fun when you're not just feeding from the bottom? Yeah.
Probably hang out with my girlfriend or, my friends.
Oh, yeah.
Drinking. A lot of drinking.
Fuck yeah. What's your drink of choice?
Whiskey and Coke.
Yeah, what kind of whiskey do you have?
Cheap.
Wow. That's so unlawyer of you. It seems like your law officers would just be like a bachelor pad. You like walk in, you like answer your socks, dressed like that. Like you've got they're like half eaten like dominoes on the table, and you're like, have a seat on my lazy boy.
I'm going to move some boxes out of the way before we were first.
How long have you been with your girlfriend?
Almost a year.
Yeah? Where'd you meet her at?
She's a comedian also, actually.
Wow.
That's gonna last.
What else does she do? How does she make a living?
I mean, she's an actor. She pays her bills acting in commercials and stuff.
A lot of acting commercials thing on here in Dallas that I didn't know about. I'm from Los Angeles. I didn't know there was a whole scene out here of that happening.
Well, I'm actually from Arkansas, but I mean, there's some.
What kind of commercials has your wife been in that we might recognize?
I'm wondering if I should say she's my girlfriend, not my wife, or if that's going to get me in trouble.
Wait,
but no,
she's your wife?
No, she's my girlfriend.
Oh, did I say wife?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Girlfriend.
No worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you would think the only person who would sleep with me is someone that's married to me, but.
Wow.
Now, car commercials.
What kind of car commercials?
For like local dealerships and stuff like that.
Okay. So, if you do get married, you can sign her a prenup. Is she here tonight? Did she sign up?
She did. She is here.
Your girlfriend's here. That's cool. Well, all right.
Shut up, lady. Think you get to heckle just because you fuck this? No, don't. Sit there like a good goddamn audience member. You get pulled out of the bucket, then you get to speak. See? It's a fucking Me Too movement as all the ladies heckling now. Used to be drunk dudes, so now it's powerful women! Alright, Josh, we're gonna keep moving through. Maybe we can get your girlfriend up there if I put her on. There he goes, Josh Ogle. We're meeting a lot of fun characters tonight. I'm having fun. I give this show 100%. Ooh, one fell out. I grabbed one too. Ooh, this looks interesting. I love three names. If this sounds anything like your name, it's you. Jared Lowry.
Alright. I've been wondering what the J in Donald J. Trump stands for. That thing is jaundice. I mean, just look at the guy. Alright. When I was a kid, I told my parents I wanted to go to SeaWorld. So they bought me a globe so I could see the world. It's not what I meant, Mom. They're like, just sit there and spin your globe. Get the fuck out of here. All right. But I had a hard life growing up. My parents are still together. They're still alive. I only got one Christmas. That's when I got that globe. Yep, that was last month. 2 months now. Almost. All right.
All right.
What's up, man?
Jared Lowry.
What's up?
There we go. Do you really sound like that?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not like that guy in coveralls.
Is there just one slobbering group of people in that corner that's all rooting for each other? What do you guys just do? Like have an ice cream group meetup or something like that and do comedy together? Like you guys are all built horribly. It's like you eat shit, literally. Gerald's it's like a girl recovering human centipedes or something. Doesn't he look like Gerald Butler?
Gerald Butler. Dude, people say that all the time, actually.
People say that? You look like Gerard Butler was an actual butler and ate all the shit that he was a butler in.
No, man, it's like 2 comedians, 1 cup up there.
Seriously, we make it look easy, folks. He looks like he recently went into a diabetic coma just to wake up to eat more food.
Actually, I got a song about diabetes.
Okay, Jared, no one gives a fuck. Actually, I think I'm pretty interested in this song, actually.
You think right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a hit.
For the love of...
I contracted diabetes.
All right.
No, it's not that.
Jared, over here, Jared.
What's up?
Why do you look like you got casted to play the real-life Homer Simpson?
Man, I'd be so honored if I got to do that.
I bet you would.
What's your
favorite thing to eat so that I know never to touch it again?
I like cheeseburgers and pizza.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes on top of the pizza.
Wow.
Cheeseburger.
You look like a grown man, but you sound like a young child. Has anyone ever told you that? You look like you would beat up the guy that you sound like.
I probably have.
Wow, what do you do for work?
Yeah, I'm a graphic designer.
Fuck yeah, you have a phone charger hanging out of your pocket right now. One of the many signs of people that have their lives together.
I do.
It is a thing, right? You can really judge like how good a person is at life by how much battery their phone has. Like, right? You sort of can to some degree.
Your headphones.
I always forget to plug it in. Oh, I'm at 71, but it's going to be yeah, we're good. You know, it's special. Why'd you bring your phone charger? Your phone was dead.
They're headphones.
Oh, it's a headphone jack. Oh, okay. Wow. I figured you'd have a Bluetooth since you literally have Greek teeth. Oh, I love that sound. Roast battle sound, everybody.
There you go, Chief. Thank you very much.
Wow, listen to that voice crack. Oh, thank you. Let's go back to the future. So you're a graphic designer. Wow. How long have you been doing that?
Pretty much since this year, I just got a college, got my degree and stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got your degree in graphic design, just started working right away.
Yeah, kind of.
White privilege. That's cool. Why's your handwriting so bad?
Yeah, for a graphic designer, you have the handwriting of a 2-year-old.
You confirm that? I got a verbal what the fuck from the guy in the front row.
Yeah.
Sure, it's hard to see, but...
I have a drone.
Hey, your drone? You wrote that?
Yeah, I just got my fingers up and I can barely write right now.
Wow, Jesus. You sound like you have a little bit of a thick country accent. What would you say is the most, Texas or country or hillbilly thing about you?
I'm not even from Texas, that's the most thing.
Where are you from?
Arkansas.
Wow. Why would you want to leave Arkansas? What's the most Arkansas thing about you? Like, what's the most,
I can make Mexican food. Alright, I got the Joe clap.
That's not the first clap you've probably ever got.
Oh, no.
The actual clap. You ever get an STD before?
Not yet.
Really? You ever make love to a woman before?
Yeah.
Yeah, how often does that happen?
Yeah.
It's turned into a gigantic baby for the podcast.
No, actually,
Yeah. I find that I might like that.
I was married for 5 years.
Oh, yeah. By what we were talking about earlier, it looks like you ate more pussy than anybody ever. Truly the pussy-eating king up here.
Dude, 5 years of pussy will put some weight on you.
You were married for 5 years. How long have you been divorced for?
Almost 4 years.
And what was the Razorback's name?
She's actually from Texas.
Yeah, Boo Arkansas, am I right, guys?
No, we suck.
Why'd you guys get a divorce?
I didn't have a job at the time, and she was just like, you know what? I'm not happy.
Tony, he cheated on his diet.
We got jobs. This is a bunch of crap.
Hold on, keep going. Speak a little
She
louder.
was like, you know what? I'm not happy. You know, emotional support me or financial support me.
Why does she have a deeper voice?
Welcome, Smokey. How are you, big dog?
I don't know, man.
Is she alive?
How are you? Smokey. How you living, pimp? Yes, I can. How's your day going? All right. I just had somebody in here who has 150,000 subs on YouTube find out about me from Discord, and they said they're going to bring their friends in the next hour or two with millions of followers. So I've got that going for me, which is nice. Yeah, dog, are you going to play some video games in here? All right. I'm watching. Smokey, let's be honest. You suck at all the games. What kind of robot do you need to build? So you're building a robot in that. So you're building a robot in that game. I see. Yes, sir. Welcome, Thomas. In what year does this game take place, Smokey?
I've always wondered why she had a deep voice. Wow. Did you support her at all? Mom always said. I tried, man. Always said. You should pick up, though. You have any black friends? Yeah. I have a friend at work. Yeah. His name's Jay Jackson. What? Jay Jackson. Jay Jackson? Yeah. I feel like you just made that up. I know. That sounds like a made up black guy, man. Actually, he made it. Liberty Jenkins? That's not even really his real name, actually. Cardi C? How do you know Jay Jackson? What do you guys do together? He's also a comedian and he's a musician. So, what does he play? So guitar, piano, drums, bass, everything. God, those black people are so talented. Yeah. Are you a musician too? I play bass and guitar. You play bass and guitar? Yeah, and also sing.
Oh, yeah?
About diabetes.
Really? Do you really sing, or it's just a comedy song?
It's a comedy song.
Do you really have diabetes?
No. Tony, I do in the song, though.
I bet you do.
You were on a couple parts. I don't know on the other one, but I'm dying to hear him sing this diabetes song.
Okay. Okay, sometimes I mean, hey, because that's what you guys want. Sometimes I try to ignore it. We'll see who's right here. Here you go. I'll be surprised if this isn't happy as fuck. Alright, you guys want it, you're gonna get it. It's Jared Lowry singing his diabetes song live on Kids.
I got diabetes, but I love cake. I got diabetes, but I love cake. I got diabetes. Oh, I love that cake. I don't know what to do. It's just too bad you're my type 2. So I'm breaking up with you. I'm breaking up with cake. I'm breaking up with chips. I'm breaking up with mountain. Dew. I'll just get this very sweet. I'm gonna lose my face. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Diabetes.
Yeah, there he goes. Jared Lowry. What's this Twitter say, Jared? What does that say? What does that say? XL Jared on Twitter. There you go. That's what Jared from Subway would look like if he actually ate Subway. I pulled it. Actually, I didn't pull it. It fell out of the bucket when I pulled the last guy's name, so I'm just going to go with this one. You guys having fun out there? Let's make sure. All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket for Indians. Go for Andrew Ruiz.
So, guys, I find it kind of weird that we have pushed to adopt like cats and dogs and not orphans. And I think I've discovered the reason just because we euthanize cats and dogs. So, any suggestion? Guys, all I'm saying is we kill a few orphans and the rest are just flying off the shelves. Could you imagine? Like, okay, so I've done some research into this subject, and there's 400,000 orphans in the country. I'm just suggesting like 4,000? Like, is that too many? Like 3,500? 3,000? This has become some kind of weird auction, and I'm okay with that. Okay, guys, let's just frame it a different way, okay? What if we kill Philip, and now Tommy gets a mommy and a daddy, he gets to stop being an orphan? And also Philip gets to stop being an orphan, guys. That is a win-win situation if I have ever seen one.
Fuck yeah, Andrew Ruiz. Fuck yeah, Andrew. How long have you been a Christmas elf for?
Actually, I wore this today because I wanted to look nice when I get on stage. This is my best outfit, actually.
It is? That sweater from?
It was the gift, actually.
Well, I know it was. I'm not surprised by that. That looks like a Christmas gift from like a parent or it was, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Dress for the job you want. Video game character from Zelda.
What do you really do for work, Andrew?
I'm an account manager for a medical transcription company.
Wow, you're responsible for that.
Not at all.
See, you have the same voice as the last guy, totally different body. the answer is yes, but if ICE is asking, the answer is no. No, it's just like circumstantial. Like two Mexicans just had sex and I slithered out. It's just like slithered out. Yeah, you just called all Mexican snakes.
Yo, what's going on, Thomas? Can you hear me? All right, big dog.
More pride, my friend. It's supposed to say, come on, do something Mexican right now. You just look down and you go, yeah, what was that? It's like I just don't take part in the culture. So like I don't speak Spanish. Wow, it's not that this is like blacks for Trump. This must be happening right now. This guy's like, yes, it's over. I can't pride. It's not a religion or anything. You know, it's you're Mexican. Yeah, you're right. I know. I'll say I'm Mexican. It's just. Growing up, my group was a bunch of white people, and then when the Mexicans would see me, I didn't speak Spanish, so they would say things like, "Oh, you're not Mexican. You're ashamed to your entire race, and so I'll get shamed for being Mexican." Yeah, it's still happening right now. Yeah. Watch what Joe's about to say. Them saying that doesn't make you not Mexican. Oh, I know. I guess they're right. This is like the Disney movie, like inspirational. Right. Mexican, I don't know. He ain't Mexican at all. Do you like spicy Cheetos? I love spicy food. Well, you're Mexican. He ain't Mexican, dog. No way. I can't get past the fact that he said he slithered out of his mouth. That's your mother. So the Mexican, yes, Joel? No, I was just saying he used the snake on the Mexican flag. I didn't even realize you guys had your own flag. Anyway, so these guys were you back in the day, calling you not a real Mexican. Yeah, it wouldn't even be like just classmates, like young people talking to a child. Like, dude, like rough food, bro. It's like, I used to be out with the countrymen, and like just watching what? Swimmers like that. No, they were with my mom. I'd be with my mom as she's washing clothes. Yeah. And people would be like, literally, I was Mexican as fuck. That's where it goes down for Mexicans, dude. You get a Mexican near a fucking quarter machine, they just start making babies. So, wow. Think about this.
What's going on, Thomas? How are you? Uh, Absolutely. I sincerely appreciate it. Um, you know, I'm just brainstorming here, and it's hard to get people to join something. We did have some people join, but I didn't know from where they joined. Um, but this is my thought. I mean, well, let me even show you. I have, uh, I have something that somebody made me, and I can send it to you. But basically, I mean, I don't know, like how you want to combine forces, but basically, you have the audience, and I have the data. So if we combine forces, we perhaps could go viral. So how would we do it? Okay. I mean, that's okay. Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. Would you consider? Um, I mean, we could. What if we did an interview on your channel? Exactly. Whatever. Absolutely. 100%. Well, it's it's a big ask, basically asking people to go into a stranger server. So I understand that. I don't know if you've had the opportunity, but you could have your. I mean, even if you wanted, um, in the server, there's an area that says about Rabbi Rothschild, and if people have questions about me, they can learn more about me. It humanizes me a little bit. I don't. I know it's pretty long, but it's basically a biography of myself. Well, well, that's perfect for me to know. Just one moment. Let's see. I appreciate you telling me that. Channel permissions. Everyone, you should be able to view it. Um, I'll turn it off and turn it back on. Can you try again to view it? Sure thing. All right. Why don't you try now? It's the About Rabbi Rothschild. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thomas. Thomas. Can you hear me? Hey, Thomas was just in here. How are you? He was just in here like 5 seconds ago. I think he's getting more people. How are you, Jerksy? Oh, living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Did you find out about me? Okay. If you mute the there is a Discord with there you go. You should be able to hear me. Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about do you mind if I tell you about myself? Do you mind if I tell you do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person. When I go viral, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way, including you, Jerksy, and of course, I appreciate that. Thank you. So, things that we talk about on this stream that aren't normally discussed are things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through the mass adoption of desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction. If you're not familiar, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is mind blowing information. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So essentially, I'm creating the world's largest time capsule. I've already have 3.5 years worth of data, and I plan on doing this for the rest of my life. What are your thoughts on that, Jerksy? That is what's up. Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate it. We got a excellent. I'm glad that he's here. Shout out to Gene King. Gene King, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day. How you living, Tim? Just telling our other friends here. Absolutely. 100%. Let's go. LFG. Well, welcome, welcome. We've got another friend in here. Shout out to F. How you living, pimp? What's good? Oy vey. I hope you're living well. I stream my life 24 hours a day. Calm down, friend. Hey, dude, you're 16. You're not even supposed to be. Yeah, dude, you got to be 18 to be in here. So, if anything, so you should know that I can really make that happen. I can really make that happen with data. I have more data online than any person ever. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's. So data is so data so data is Earth's top resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. Essentially, it's a time capsule of society. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Go ahead. I actually received Bitcoin donations, and I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's what the sleep mask is. Absolutely. That's what pajamas are. That's what my bed covers are. I'm streaming on 16 different YouTube streams right now. I'm streaming on Twitter. I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming on Rumble. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, so more than 3.5 years. If you want to donate, you feel free to. Probably the best way to do it is to go to my link tree, which is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Go all the way to the very bottom, and you can see I've got my Solana address. I've got an Ethereum address there. Feel free. But the thing is, I don't want your money. I want to be able to give to you. Okay, feel free to. But I want to be able to give to you guys. So how am I going to do that? Basically, all I ask is that you tell your friends about me, and if once the general public knows that, hey, did you know that there's one streamer out there who's live streaming their life, and they're not just live streaming, but they're archiving it so you can go back in their life every single day for years. That's going to be very exciting to people. And the fact that I do IRL streaming, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean and as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed at Disneyland. You name it in Southern California, I've streamed there. It's going to be very exciting for people to essentially go on a treasure hunt of all my data. I have over 100 YouTube channels. I have over 200 Instagram channels. I have over 500 Twitch channels. I have over 1,000 TikTok channels. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. I appreciate that. No worries at all. I get that all the time. Were you able to see my biography now in the About section? Hex- Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's okay. He'll come back. Essentially, what I think would be a great idea, or in my opinion, is, I mean, you have a large account, and I'm not saying what you should do, but essentially, if you were like, look, I have been on Discord for months and I see this person all the time. One day I clicked on their Discord and I was able to meet them, and they are absolutely fascinating. They talk about really cool things about futurism, about world peace, and I wanted to give them a platform to be able to discuss it with all of you. And we just do like an AMA of like, I don't know, like you said, 30 minutes, but basically just like common questions that I get, but also talk about futurism. I mean, the things that I talk about are really fascinating. Look, Thomas, I didn't get a chance to tell you, but has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? That they don't think you're going to die? I think even longer than that. And the way that you're going to be able to do it is through a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we. So yes, exactly. So that's life extension technology, and we talk about that. Things like and as you mentioned, but as your friend was probably interested, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, things like perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, nootropics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy to get you to 100 years old, then 200 years old. But eventually your body's going to break down. And that's where we get into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent in your computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I want you to know, and I would want all of your subscribers to know, is there's an opportunity for them to experience perhaps digital immortality, which is a very exciting future. So I've done that. It's my blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, and it's the largest blog entry you'll ever find. I dare you to go look at it right now. What up, Big Lemon? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's literally just one entry, and you'll be like, this is the most amount of data I've ever seen of one person. It's huge. So and it's basically everything. It's basically everything that I've ever typed into ChatGPT, and so it's like 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 ways to extend your life, 100 different types of computers that are faster than quantum computers. I sent it to you, Thomas. 100 different ways to teleport, 100 different ways to bend space time. What are the 100 best types of vitamins that a human can take to prolong their life? Everything about the human psyche is in there, and it's fascinating. But the coolest thing about it is it's so long. It's like if you go to that right now and you click on my face, there's only one blog entry in there, and look how long it is. It goes on. It goes on for so long. And I think people will in the future. This will be seen as a very important document for just predictions of the future, but also just like anything you want. It's got things on there on cybersecurity and cryptocurrency, and things in there on life extension, mind uploading, future technology, ways to just like mega projects, things like a Bering Strait tunnel, basically connecting Asia and North America, or the clearing of the Darien Gap so that we have a Pan American highway so that you can drive from Rio de Janeiro to New York City or Buenos Aires to Los Angeles. And then with the we have in there a transatlantic tunnel, being able to drive from New York City to Paris. Of course. Exactly. Yes, absolutely. Those are all possibilities. And as you can see, I have just a huge repository of knowledge, and I don't know everything. But the thing that makes me different than any exactly, exactly. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The thing that makes me different than any other rabbi or any other teacher or any other influencer is the ability for me to just go right to AI and get an answer instantaneously for any question that we have on earth. And I think that that is a very beautiful gift. So if there's any question, like for instance, if somebody asks a question like, how fast is the speed of light? Okay, well, we could have previously Googled that it's 300,000 kilometers per second. But let's say, uh, what's the next closest star to the sun? It's Alpha Centauri. It's 4 light years away. Okay, well, what's like a question that we may not have the answer to? Perhaps is just like, hey, in simplified terms, how do we bend space time? Well, to be honest with you, on things that I'm not an absolute expert on, which is deep level physics, I go to ChatGPT. And so it's very easy for us to say, in a simplified form, give me this in 5 sentences. How can we as humans perhaps bend space time in the future? In the future, humans may find a way to manipulate space-time by understanding its underlying principles better. Technologies like advanced propulsion systems could potentially allow us to bend space-time for faster travel, such as a concept known as the Alcubierre warp drive. Another possibility is harnessing quantum mechanics to manipulate gravitational forces, enabling us to distort space-time at a local level. We may also explore using massive amounts of energy to warp space-time, similar to how black holes bend light. While these ideas are still speculative, future breakthroughs in physics could unlock the ability to bend space time for practical use. Basically, any question that we have, we can get a really good answer to it now that we have AI. And so it's, I think, a gift that we can give to the world by utilizing the amount of data that we have and also the ability to answer just about any question using AI. Absolutely. Absolutely. Come back whenever you have time. Thomas, thank you so much. You made my day today. Take care. Peace, buddy. What up, Big Lemon? How are you? Absolutely. Big Lemon, how did you find out about me? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, excellent. Yeah, no, now I recall. What up? How are you, Doopies? I remember talking to you, Doopies. I remember asking you if you knew about Felix the cat, and you were like, "What's Felix the cat?" And I said it was your profile picture, if I recall. So hope you're doing well. Big Lemon, were you in the Music Biz Marty server? Right. So yeah, I can see how you got connected with Caspian Sea that way. That's how I found out about him. Uh, he's certainly missed, but his legacy's living on, and just through friendships. So that's really great. How's your day going, Big Lemon? 100%. He most certainly did. And he's just a really great person, really great character. And we had the opportunity to watch his funeral. I live streamed it, did my best to archive it for the world. And, you know, I'm an advocate for some types of future technology, one of which is known as revivification technology, perhaps being able to bring people back from the dead. And if we ever have the opportunity, Music Biz Marty would be somebody who we want to revivify. He was a really nice person. Wasn't I agree. It was beautiful, and seemed as if he had a lot of friends. He was very well loved. We know that, and his legacy continued to live on. So really think it's we were blessed to know him. As for the guys who are just in here, we there was one guy in another Discord who just saw me streaming all the time, and I think he accidentally clicked on my Discord link and came in here, and we got to start talking. Calm down, Smokey. Calm down, Smokey. And essentially, he and I have been talking. He's got a huge following on YouTube. He's got about 150,000 subscribers, and he knows people who have millions of subscribers. And we're just doing some collaboration, and perhaps may connect to do something to go viral. So that was definitely positive, and that's what you were walking into at the end of that. And that's a really exciting opportunity. If I may ask, Big Lemon, what are your hobbies? Smokey, can you hear me? Okay, we're having a conversation. If you can, um, just kind of be quiet, because if not, people think you're talking to them, and it sounds rude. So, um, big Big Lemon, you were saying you were gaming. Um, Smokey's gaming right now. What games do you like, Big Lemon? Do you play any Call of Duty? How about Grand Theft Auto? Same here. I think everybody is. So that looks like it's going to launch this fall or this autumn, which will be quite exciting. Oh, that would be bad. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I could see maybe selling the game for whatever it's going to cost. And then if you want to do other things, like special things, then you can pay per hour. But at a certain point, I don't think it's a good idea to make people pay per hour, because nobody's going to want to do that. They're going to want to enjoy the game and take their time and explore it. All the fun things that people want to do in a video game, and not necessarily have to be looking at a clock. Where did you see that was an option? Yeah. Well, I maybe in an upcoming one they might do that, but as of right now, I think we'll probably just see it. I mean, probably just launch like a standard game would, and just be really big. And then perhaps in the future, if you want to do like an online version of it, that might be pay per hour. But you got to get people to like your game first. I mean, I know people are going to like it. They're going to want to be able to take their time with it too. Yeah, people do want quality, and they want the ability to explore without having, the disadvantage of being on the clock. I know I would want to. I'd want to be able to, do all the things that you do in the game, steal cars and fly planes and do all those other things without being like, oh, if I'm going to do this, it's going to cost me money. But I could see games doing that in the future. Are you aware right now, Big Lemon, of any games that are currently pay as you go per hour? I don't either. But as you said that, it makes me remember, and I'm sure you remember a little bit when you would pay when you go to an arcade and play. That was like pay as you go with quarters or whatever you used. So I could see it tokens or whatever. So we've already kind of had that system, but certainly that was more of a one-time treat or something like that. Like it wasn't something that you had at home where you would be essentially dry by the system. Smokey, come on, man. We're having a conversation. So I would say that hopefully that is just a rumor at this point, but I'm glad that you made me aware of it to be on the lookout for that. Have I've seen a lot of like fan versions of trailers for the game. Have they released an actual trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 yet? That's what I meant. Okay. So we still have that. I was looking this up yesterday and they were saying that perhaps September 2025, which to me is just around the corner. I mean, like 6 months away. So for them to not have released gameplay trailers as of yet is interesting. I mean, they have all of the hype that they need about this game. It's going to be the biggest game in global history, perhaps. So the second they launch it, they're going to make billions of dollars on it. But it's just interesting that we haven't seen anything for it yet. At least gameplay. From what I'm aware, you're able to. Is the main character a woman? Is that correct? It could be. It could be on mine. If anything, you do what you need to do. I'll restart my Discord and then I'll meet you back here. Okay. Okay. Cool.